Hello there, Tomato Curry. On time? I was a little worried. Hunter Edgeworth stupid? I think like a little bit, right? Oh, right. Bro, it's amazing how on time I am when I don't have to worry about Kate ending her stream. Holy. Did you forget Kate from the very first frustrator case that got fucked? Not only did he forget, right? As soon as he remembered, he bullied Gumshoe about the same thing as if it wasn't him, like actually 30 seconds ago. Edgeworth, kind of a piece of shit. Count off. Yeah. One. Shifu, 99 callouts. So all 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir. Hey you, yeah you, the second number 1 from my right. Sir, yes sir. Here, a birthday present for you. What? Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays. What a kind heart you have. Shifu, you are more of a man than you deserve. What? I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Leng Shi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. That present isn't for you, it's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you? Yes, sir. Shifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us. Shifu, I'm so moved. This man is insane. This man is a liar. I should probably leave them to their alone time. Alright, meeting over everyone. Head for your posts. Dismissed, sir. The 99 people run away. 100 technically, I guess. Yo, were you guys there the whole time? I got a call from Sheena and she's already filled me in. Sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Alabastian embassy. Huh. And what if I say no? Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate, and I have received permission from the ambassador. He is to be extended the same rights. Sorry, sis, but it's not that simple. Alabast has the strictest immigration regulations in the world, or didn't you know? That's so bad it's good? First of all, Barb, I never 100%ed Loop 8. Second, the one I 100%ed was Rune Factory 5, which wasn't so bad it's good. It's just kind of okay. Loop 8. The answer is Loop 8, but I did not 100% that game. God, no. Oh, hell no, brother. That shit. Are you crazy? Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen, we might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean. How dare you make such assumptions? Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Alabast, Miss Von Karma. Grr, added to the grr counter. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Alabast are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you. We had an incident in Alabast as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation. What? Mr. Prosecutor? Look, Wolfie, just let us in already. Hold it. Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? Not really, just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in. Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation. having a debate because of my country. I'm terribly sorry for placing you, good people, in that kind of situation. It is all because I lacked the strength to govern well. Please, it is nothing of the sort, Ambassador. You weakling Quercus. Curse you for frailty and inability to effect change in your country. What are you? The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Ancient Lang. It is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang. There, you see. Oh, no way! Hold it! Ambassador Alba, I ask you to please reconsider letting them into Albast. What's that? My very own secretary has been murdered in the Babausian embassy, and he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings completely unbeknownst to me. So I ask for your cooperation in our investigation. What a nose, true. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Babal someday. Alright, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway. Alright, you hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in. Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in Babal's murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babal. Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me. Yes, sir. Alright. Immediately asking Gumshoe? Nice. Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. Rasp. Rasp. I think they mean raspberry. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, I wanted to ask you for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is? Oh, that's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet. Franziska von Kama, the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again. Oh, I knew it. You're the whip lady. You may address me as Ms. Von Karma. Ms. Von Karma, I leave the investigation of Albast in your hands. Thanks. Rest assured, I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yatagarasu. The smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Franziska a bit more about them before I head into Albast. Oh, and I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Paleno for all that he's done for me. True. Hello. Ambassador Paleno, I am in your debt. No, it's nothing. Because it's all about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational. You really piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. No, that's quite alright. Oh well. How about this then? Bink. What exactly is that? It's fountain pen ink, known as Babali's ink. It's made exclusive in Babal. So this is Babalzian ink. We make it from wit crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Yeah, that's where you mine minerals. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me. The ink in my pen just happened to have run out. I'd gladly accept your gracious gift. Special wit crystal oil-based ink. Limited export because of some specific reason. Great, wonderful. I guarantee you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. I mean, that's a pretty okay way to do things, I suppose. Okay, I'm glad you were not hurt, but please refrain from such recklessness, alright? What if you had run into the Yatagarasu? You could have been killed. Sorry to make you worry like that. I'll be more careful from now on. Good girl. It's good to conduct some self-reflection every once in a while. It's funny, you know, when I talk with you, Mr. Edgeworth, it's like I'm talking with my father. Is that so? Don't really seem that old to her. How old are you, Edgeworth? Bro, you have like in your mid-50s vibes, man. Detective Gumshoe, I'm counting you to keep Cage safe. Yes, sir. You can just leave everything to me, sir. And don't worry, I'll take good care of Gummy for you. We'll go investigate into the Babal side of things together. Right, Kay? That's right, Gummy. All they're missing is the last stooge. Who would that be? Gritty Goose. So true. We made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. There is no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled items I was following. mean the Balbanese ink. But why are there restrictions on the export of Balbanese ink to begin with? That's classified at Interpol in Francisca, as your subordinate, I'm part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Well, I'll fill you in. Recently, we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Zenfa. Counterfeit bills. Yes, as you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babal's special Balbanese ink. It's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Balbanese ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babal. Limited expert because of its use in counterfeiting. What? Wouldn't you just know that it's the counterfeit bills because it uses this particular kind of ink? Unless the originals are also made with it? Ah, whatever. That's where the documents come into play, correct? Correct. Mr. Kochu was smuggling large amounts of Balbasian ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess, you still have yet to find the counterfeit bills or the smuggled ink. Yes, and while we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile, since you haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Balbanese embassy. We're looking into the Albastian embassy next. Doesn't matter where they're hidden, mark my words, I will find them. Counterfeit bills, they're made with Balbesian ink, they're circulated in Zenfa. It's hard to tell, they're fake. Okay. Shall we get going? Hold it. What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission to enter Albast, so we're going to go gather whatever info we can over in the Balbanese side, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you two. Right, and I'm counting on you and Miss Von Karma to sniff out clues in Albast. Oh, and Mr. Edriff, if you happen to come across my phone, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush over straight, no matter what. Wow, great sentence. If you tell me, I'll rush over straight away, no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. Okay. That's just a Steel Samurai. Yo. What do you think you're doing to my subordinate? You're... Oh, fuck. No. Oh, no. Edgy. Oh, thank the heavens you're here. I'm in a really, really big pickle, your lordship. The raven, it appeared. Poof, and then disappeared. Swoosh. And though I am the Steel Samurai, my sword wow, I'm so confused. I don't know what anything means anymore. Who is this fruitcake? I'm Larry of the House of Butts. Married man of Neo Old Tokyo, milady. Now I remember, this person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles? Yes, frighteningly enough, he is. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud is in a bind and you act like it's no big deal. What sort of bind are we talking about here? The suspect kind. Accidentally became a suspect in a murder. I see, that is quite the bind. Not that we're in the least bit surprised. Yes, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. They couldn't help themselves from including Larry Butts, huh? This just feels like Ledger's running into all his exes. That's basically true. We're just missing Phoenix. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he has had the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by one. That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on. Larry, it was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph? Oh, you didn't notice earlier. I even winked at you through my headpiece. Dreams absolutely crushed. What's going on and why are you beet red? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? Bro's getting ego destroyed. Oh, sorry, am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? Aha, so this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this man, the childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what you ask? Of the murder of a man who had snuck into this embassy. Masque de Masque 2. Masque de Masque 2? Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. Are you sure about that? Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. Shifu, we've identified the victim. Good work. I'll take that report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well? What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek. But Agent Lang, hold it. Yo, let's go! Agent Lang, will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Ah, yes, of course. You let the detective see the file. You're Detective Bad. You're the prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth, right? Fancy meeting you here, Detective. You weren't expecting me. Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu non-stop. I've even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop in case a card was ever found. What incredible dedication to the case. Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's MO very well, and his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bad, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If you can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him. I'm in your debt, Detective Bad. Let's go! About the murder of Damas II, would you be willing to fill me in on the few details? When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty. And put ourselves in charge of directing things at the crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos. Damas II, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another. I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room. Larry Butts. Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective? That samurai? He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. If you can plainly see, he's completely harmless. Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here at the Albastian Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech. That was when the Yatagarasu showed up. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats for the guests who had been called to sit in them were empty. A no-show. Who was it that failed to take their seat? The Steel Samurai. Till the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at that time. Larry! Brother! Oh no. And where was he? He was on the roof with one of his legs down the chimney. Fucking why? Larry! They really made Larry into an ambassador. They really did. That chimney leads directly into this room. Yeah, Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? In any case, I believe it's time for me to start my investigation. Hey Larry, what the fuck? Larry, there are a few things I need to ask you about. Hey, how about that? I've got a few things I've got to ask you too. What is it? It's like both you and him. How is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Francie, what about the promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? The one where you said you would model for my next book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Yow! I made no such promise. Ever since grade school, we've had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. True. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Lawrence Dominan now? That's Doman? Lawrence Doman. Get that straight in your head, Edgy. Yo, now I remember. You're that rude, pale imitation of a real artist. No, you got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Lawrence business. Besides, when Benjolina left me and my heart in pieces, that's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I want to help her in some way. I figured I could through the Steel Samurai outfit. Your inane blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as a Steel Samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. You got it. I knew you'd get what I mean, Edgy. Not really. It's not so much as I understood, but a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi. Larry. Time of the murder. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too. Nonsense. I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. Edgeworth. I see. Edgeworth is the type of person who, as soon as you consider him your friend, all he does is relentlessly bully you. Not the greatest friend to have, I gotta say. However, we were talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. Unlike with Gumshoe, I think this is justified. Yeah, a little bit. Still, her past experience has taught me that you were always at the center of some insane event. Edgy, how can you be so mean, stabbing me with your words like that? Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest you cooperate and tell me what you know. Okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. So, I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. So you'll tell me what exactly you did, Larry. Nope, not yet, Edgy. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more. Confess now. Okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there? Oh, you know, the wintry custom, the legendary hero. Legendary hero. Santa Claus. Santa Claus. I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up to the one... You know what? You're completely right. He deserves every little bit of fucking bullying he gets. But when I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. And, well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up. Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Of course I know. I did graduate from junior high, you know. And you should also understand this. If Santa were real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Ah, crud. It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as prime suspect in this murder. Come on, man. What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa? Let's start with the fact that it will be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes on December 24th. That's in December, you nitwit. No. Hey, wait a second. We're not in court. Oh, hey, it's the Steel Samurai. I want you to answer this for me, Larry, and depending on the answer, I may let you live. True. The Steel Samurai that was up there on the stage. Was that really you? Yep, sure was. Larry, he's dead. Edward's gonna kill him. Oh, fuck. Steel Samurai, sushi slash. I was moved by the performance of this man, this completely useless, worthless bum. I fear I may never recover from this. Larry! Some weapons are displayed here on this wall, and under that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. There must be the counterparts to the Babalese knives, which means that the blades inside of these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Cochin. Won't rest until I inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. I'm drawer with flowers are on display here. I suspect that these are the counterpart. Wait, what the fuck? What? One of the knives is missing its blade. Let's see if these two pieces of the blade fit each other. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. Then that means that an Albahastian knife did find its way to Babao. Larry! But how? It's a steel samurai primary weapon, the samurai spear. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. Comes at you like whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live life like blam. You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it is just that Larry say, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight at your opponent? It's not entirely covered to convince the spear is up to the task. What's wrong, Edgy? You're just staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell you the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say about anything about wanting one? Maybe I can shut him up if I show him this piece of evidence. That'll point something out about this spear. Interesting. What is this plant supposed to be? Francisca, can't you see it's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? Miles Edgeworth, as a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessments next month. You are deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. Bruh. Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this? I wonder why there are no whips on display here. I can spot absolutely no difference between this Fimidox statue and Babal's. Statue's face is a bit like that costume heroes you like very much. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. The statue wasn't made by an American, you know. At least I don't suppose so. Alright, let's go look at the body. So this is the victim, Damask II. What is with his gaudy outfit? You don't know about Damask? A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. So this thief is separate from the Yatagarasu. Thought they were for a while because their MO and targets were different. Damask likes high-value trinkets and jewels. And being gaudy is his... Oh no, the yawning! It starts. And being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about Damask. That's alright, all I'll probably hear are tales of his failure anyway. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? I won't rest until I have checked every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay, so there's a sword here. This is the murder weapon at this case. There's blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What do you expect? It's Steel Samurai Daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it a secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns to in a real fight. You should know a lot about the Steel Samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. Yeah, he will not beat the weeb allegations. The owner of this sword is the Steel Samurai, or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. Bro's got a lot of blood. Had quit the business. This guy, he's just a copycat using the name. A phony successor. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashino. Casino? He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he's carrying, we determined that this guy is the real Damask II. The cause of death appears to be the loss of blood from the back of his head. It seems that he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. You can be bludgeoned to death with a knife? What is he holding? It looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. Statue, 5th floor embassy office. There's something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Primaduck statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like this? If I had to guess from the text, I would say that this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. Just who is the person that requested the theft of the Primaduck statue? There's not a single shred of fashion sense in the Damask costume. Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he put into making it. You two don't know. You can buy this costume almost anywhere now. It's being sold since when? It's around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with him. Turns out, Damask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be. I can't believe that foolish fool would dress in fool's clothing to act foolishly. You got your point about 3 foolish back, Francisca. Nothing else seems... Suppose this was wrapping cloth Damask II used to carry his stolen goods. But there's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was he was out to steal. Okay. Body checked. It's a fireplace, and by the looks of it, I don't think it's being used recently. Yes, I can't say that I see anything unusual about it. What? The person shaking hands with the Steel Samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. Okay. Taken just before the murder. Steel Samurai must be very popular. They're even using National Treasure as a backdrop. I just don't understand. What exactly is so great about Top Knot there? Clearly, there is a depth to this show that a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of costume actors? There was the exact same statue sitting in that Balbonese office we examined. It's a Primaduck statue. It was the national treasure of the Principality of Codopia. There was only one of these statues, means that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabas and Babal claim to have the real thing. What an incredibly childish fight to have. Looked at every suspicious looking nook and cranny. It's a Primaduck statue. Okay, it was very valuable, made of pure gold. It was the national treasure of Codopia. If it's made of pure gold, couldn't you just weigh it to tell which one's real? I guess you could manipulate the weight by like including lighter and heavier elements so that it adds up to being exactly what it should weigh in gold, but that's like a lot of work. There's only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. Just bite them to see if it's real gold. I don't think that's how that works. You could have like a gold film, right? Look at this photo and tell me what you find odd about this scene, Miss Von Karma. The apparent joy on the ambassador's face as he shakes the top knot's head. That's not it. I was trying to point out the statue in the photo is facing a different way. You're right. The statue is a national treasure. As such, only an ambassador or secretariat level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo and now is facing a different way in this preserved crime scene is proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime. So it's the exact same wall mount for the knives on the Balbonese side, but I can't see any of the details from this distance. The counterpart to Balbonese butterfly is the Albestian flower. The butterfly and the flower, they're both lovely things. But can we interpret this to mean that Alabas provides honey to Babal? Francisca, can't you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? Very well then, let's hear what sort of profound comment you can come up with. Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen. And butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How is that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Well, let's continue the investigation. Francisca, why can't you just admit I had something there? Bruh. I wonder if they're gonna say the same thing. You're... Same shit. Literally the same exact words. Okay. It wants me to deduce something. Probably has something to do with like this. Nope. Grrr. Francisco, that's not like you at all. Don't tell me you don't understand the meaning behind this piece of evidence. Well, I don't. I suppose I have no choice then. I'll just have to explain it to you from the beginning. What you should be doing from the very beginning is admitting your mistake. Gah! She saw right through me. Alright, Larry Butts. Alright, here we go. Larry, about the steel samurai sword that was used as a murder weapon. Oh, that. Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know. Yes, apparently you did. And well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You want to talk about shocked? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Into another 3-episode flashback. No! Shocked! Foolish fool, looking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big with you. Who would believe such a tale? Hold it. Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. Edgy, you believe me. I just knew that our friendship is something special. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name, which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. Oh, it's a Steel Samurai. I want you to answer me for this. Okay, this is... Those are the same thing. Hey, that's an official Steel Samurai weapon. Huh? What? You want me to do it? Oh, you have no idea how many fans asked that of me. What are you prattling on about? Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! How was that? I bet it sent shivers up your spine. Ah! I let myself get caught up in being a spectator. How could I have failed myself? Okay. Talked to Lang? He's been investigating over in Balbonese Embassy too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Lang Shi says, a wolf who aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once. I believe the item you require is, he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither. Heh, a real wolf can catch both. I see, so what are you trying to say, seeing as how I am currently handling 2 cases? Heh, suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you. No matter how hard you try, you'll never be as a necessity in our Shifu investigation. Is that a fact? But no matter how good he is bound to overlook something. You install our Shifu, then prepare to be punished. Oh, and how exactly would you punish us? Every investigator under Shifu's command will work to disrupt your investigation. Vindictive much? This must be Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is open on this desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. Sapling growth log. It finally sprouted today. Funnily, it doesn't look like important work to me. Huh. 2 gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers as lovely as these must have an equally loving name. Miles Edgeworth, are you done staring? Or I should hardly think passion flowers are that rare. Passion flowers? That's a rather unusual name. It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. Okay. Someone stole some flowers. Time to enter the Mind Palace. Let's see what we got. Fuck. What do you mean that's all? Okay, I have to deduce something, I suppose. But what? This knife. A Balzian knife. Its blade has yet to been found. I feel like I'm missing something here, unfortunately. Eureka! Three knights are there and we have an extra? Nope. Here's the thing, right? When we go here. Although it's just curious, quite the similar about. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the string pain on your opponent? Make it into spears at the attack. What's wrong, Edgy? You're staring off in the distance. Oh, I get it. Maybe I can shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence that will point something out about the spear. About this spear. Eureka! What the fuck? Really? I was like, the blade in here is straight ahead. But like, this is also straight ahead. It's just at an angle. Oh, are you feeling it? Bam. I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me or is the spear a bit bent? Well, what? No way. It's exactly as it should be, yo. I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now take a good look at this, which you drew with your own hands. As you can see the spear is clearly of a different shape. Ah, what do you have to say to that? I'm sorry. When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during practice, I was spinning it around and around. And bam, it hit the wall. You this is an embassy. And I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time on an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it late that night. I'm just a useless, hot-blooded man. Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Okay, so it was some field trip, and I began to shadow fight with myself. Not that. I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall. Oh, that. It's no big. It's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not why I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it would cause it to bend. Man, Edgy, you're so naive. What? Where did that come from? Well, they keep calling it the samurai spear, but it's not real. You can't fight someone with it. Because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit it against practically anything and it would bend. Is that so? Don't tell me you thought it was real. Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. Just think of that as your personality is cute. Wow. I see, your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth. Ugh, that's not friendship, it's utter humiliation. Oh wow, that is way more pronounced when you look at it there. One day Larry's gonna fumble into becoming president. True. I guess that wraps up my investigation. That's... You. Yo, Pink Princess, how you feeling? Still feeling ill? And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Albezian embassy a visit. We've made to speak with her as well. Mistress Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Miss Pink Princess, if you would please answer. Fuck. Oh, come on. Not old bag. Edward's whole perception of the Seal's area has been warped since. He's disillusioned now. And now he's traumatized. Heh. This is what they call fate. How could this happen 2 days in a row? What the? Aren't you Miss Oldbag? Why are you so surprised? Oh, so you're the one that got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now. You are acquainted with Larry. Why, yes, we worked at the same company for a little while, you know. That's why it's okay, my Edgy Poo. You don't need to be jealous. Yeah. I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. And it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep, so I came over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious Edgy Poo waiting for me here. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? Anyone? It seems I misjudged you, Edgy Poo. You misjudged him. I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know. That was no misjudgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do. But it looks like the winds have shifted and he's now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, Edgy Poo. I'll chase you forever, to the ends of the earth. Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times when Francisca and I are actually see eye to eye. Now then, Ahem, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gatewater Land as the Pink Badger. What are you talking about? That was ages ago. That was yesterday? Look, I worked at Global Studios before, a long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually. They called you. Apparently, the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, they called me in to be her last-minute replacement. Do they not have enough people on staff at that studio? I really couldn't say no, so here I am playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. But the Curl girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her. She's going to have trouble time when she returns. I mean, I'm not exactly great at reading, and the last time I tripped, the most important line I threw a ragdoll instead of a shuriken. The sales time when the arm was an uproar, they forgive me. I tell you, they're really just a bunch of simpletons. You're rather a lively old lady. So basically, you received the stand-in request this morning, correct? You got it. You need to see it? I've got it right here, look. It appears that she is telling the truth. Request from Miss Oldbag to stand in for Minnie, the Pink Princess actress who fell ill. I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears. Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall. But being famous has its problem too, you know. Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night. Mindy. I found this stuck. I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Larry Butts. You motherfucker. You stupid idiot. You dumb dummy. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kind of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think you could get my name right. There's no accent in my name. Wait, what? This horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before? Ah, but now that you're here, Edgy Poo, I feel 100% safe. Where do I factor into this? You'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, won't you, Edgy Poo? Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch of a detective to your house later. Oh, well, come on, Edgy Poo. Stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get. What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? What? After the show was over, I've had nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. Well, a murder occurred in this room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me, caress me. If you could please not cling on to my personage. In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at Ambassador Alba's speech. Oh, that. No, I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young, tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. I'd prove of your condition. Oh, you just go on ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy. I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. Prosecutor Von Conrad brought the police dog as you requested, sir. Dog? Wowie? Good work. You may leave now, officer. Woof. This dog. I requested the assistance of a dog in our search for the Yatagarasu. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Woof, woof. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taken care of. I think its name is Missile. That's a great name for a dog. That's a fantastic name for a dog. Missile? What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks. That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve this case for us, you know. Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go! Send out the missile! Good dog. You really are quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. And what do we have here? What's this? It looks like a small hot dog, but... Wait, Francisca, isn't that an official Steel Samurai dog? Official Samurai dog? Grah! That dog is angry! Ah, no, bad missile. He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. It's just a meat substance snack featuring the Steel Samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine. That's quite a bit of information you gather there in a single quick glance. We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog there in the first place. Most of that snack wasn't all missile found. Oh, and what do we have here? Appears to be ladies' undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dressing. That'd be very progressive of them, I guess? You can't eat that. I somehow doubt that. It doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. A samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstance, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. But should I get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about? You would own such a shirt. Francesca. Dog? Missile? Woof, he was a much bigger help than I thought he would be. Yes. However, there are a few aspects I don't understand about what he found. In that case, you should keep on investigating until you do understand. Now, my subordinate, continue with the investigation. All right, I will. It is with great dread that I proceed to do what I must. If you could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt. Oh, Edgy-Poo, what is the meaning of this? Why did you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask. I would have gladly given you as many as you'd like. Nurk, thanks, but no thanks. The shirt was found here at the crime scene. What? Come now, why did you just confess and explain what it's doing here? I know nothing, I tell you. What? Okay, I admit that I used the fireplace to dry the shirt. But I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know? Wearing that pink princess costume was like being in a sauna. On top of that, I get fingered as a suspect? You're too cruel, Edgy-Poo. Are you claiming that you never once stepped foot inside this room? Of course I am. If I had been the one to find the body, do you think I would be as calm and relaxed as I am? I'll tell you, it's always like this. That tabloid missing, the camera's missing, the lawyer's always making the mysterious husband. I got married. I guess I'll stuck marrying you. Will you marry me? Honestly, men these days. Well, I don't believe she is lying about her actions. So can I safely assume she was drying her shirt by the fireplace at her break? Some of the undershirt managed to move from the next room onto this one. I assume a samurai dog was also yours. Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can see through everything about me. And so the feeling of dread continues, but I suppose I should ask for more details. The samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Oh, of course, I'm forever yours, my edgy wedgy poo. If you could just stick to what I asked you. Edgy, are you and Miss Oldbag? No! You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. A present. The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them up into the pushcart just to move them all. Those studio guys would have delivered those things by themselves. Right, Edgy? So, did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey, Edgy, don't just ignore me and my question. Aren't you gonna stick up for me? Ah, about that. See, after the show, I went to rest a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were. The samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor. I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them after the show. Well, if by preparations you mean sampling them as well. Excuse me? Oh, I tried one and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for a kids show, their taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen or so boxes. Wow, that's a lot. As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, this is... What is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box too, don't you, my Edgy-Poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? but I'll only give you one. The rest are for me. NBC stat. Miss Oldbag took and ate a few from the dressing room. Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. Okay. I think we have something for logic right now. Bop. There's no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is, smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace, at least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? There's a testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. So how are they going to make this into a flashback? They don't? Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? I see, so what you're proposing is this. The smoke that came out of this chimney was actually from Miss Oldbag's fire. So basically the fireplace of neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you're implying? Precisely. The lady's undershirt from that missile found. Ah! Why are you getting all excited over holding on to a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you uncouth sea slug. If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the next room. Room next door. And yet, despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. And this lady's undershirt, are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. There's an X on the back of the wall. Let's see if I can get a better look at it. What in the... The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. Tinted fireplace. True. As I suspected, the fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. The neighboring room. There appears to be nothing particular about the next room. The fact that there is nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passageway through this room's fireplace. We know that the fireplace connects the two rooms, but how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as Damas II's killer now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with the Damas II murder. Okay, so it really does look like Larry did it, so let's just lock him up. It would appear that the answer has made itself known. You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on. I'm ready to counter any arguments you have. Very well then, if you are prepared. I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me. Good, I'm counting on you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is. My lie? I know there is still something you are keeping from the rest of us. Well, what's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you, I should just hurry up and die already if that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world, and I'll then kill myself. Whoa! Larry, you can't say that on Twitch.tv! We will do everything in our power to save Gumshoe, but saving Larry is Wright's job. True. And also, Phoenix's job. And throw everything into mass confusion! Ha! You make some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. A man who is ready to die is strong-willed, you know. Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you cause. I only ask that you don't lie to me. You cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie. I will never forgive you. Edgy. Although, allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case, and that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on that. Alright, this time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened, what didn't happen, the works. Just what happened will do. Now then, if you'd please testify as to what did happen on the roof tonight. Up on the rooftop. After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came into the embassy. I was shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. So then I wanted to play Santa. I decided to give it a try. Redeemed Fumos? Fumos redeemed. But it's kinda ultra embarrassing. And what exactly so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy, man. I can't, just said it's embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. You're gonna have to reason it out of me. As your superior committee to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I have every intention to, for I am not about to let time waste time on such a trifling matter. Alright, butts. What do we got? After the show, I pushed the rose garden into the rose garden and came into the embassy. You left the pushcart. Could you please clarify that statement for me? Yeah, so the wheels of the pushcart got covered in dirt from the rose garden. It would have made a mess on the floors inside, so Ambassador Alba said to just leave it. Well, it would be rather impolite to dirty another country's embassy. Come to think of it, I recall seeing the Pink Princess on my way into the embassy. And what was she doing? Nothing in particular, because she was being carried by some docs on a stretcher. She must have been incapacitated by the pain of her bad hip that she suffered during the show. So I came into the embassy, right? And then took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. So you shook hands with the ambassador of the Kingdom of Alabast, did you? Yeah, can you believe it? I did something really cool for a change. But honestly speaking, there was nothing interesting about shaking some guy's hand. Hey there, are you disrespecting another country and their very own embassy? As someone with roots in this country, I'm feeling nothing but incredible shame at this second. Agreed. I apologize for his inconsiderate words. Now, Larry, please continue. What is with all of you? You keep saying that kind of thing, and I'll tell you only lies. You're already telling nothing but lies, so let it go and move on. Alright, already. You don't need to glare at me like that. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. Larry, I want you to listen very carefully and take this to heart. The whole point of your life is to cause misery and pain to... Wow! Holy fuck, Edgeworth! Eviscerated him. I know, I get it. I'm totally the bad guy again. I thought you were his friend. Don't you think that was a bit harsh? Like she says, true friends are bosom friends. If you are in trouble, call on your bosom friend, whose shoulder you can truly cry on. Hey, bosom buddy, I hope you're listening carefully to my testimony. Has it crossed your pea-sized brain? What the fuck? Lang is a real bro. More than the old hag. Agent Lang is only out to arrest you, Larry. Now then, you were wandering around inside the embassy. My god, they really hate Larry. I should hardly think that chimneys are that rare. Agreed, especially since they are traditional features of American houses. Plus, many grand buildings have even larger and fancier chimneys. Yeah, but the kind of chimney I'm talking about is the really romantic type. A romantic chimney. It might sound kind of silly, but women seem to really enjoy them. And I just had a good feeling about that chimney. I see. Ballin, would you like to give your opinion? What's your opinion on chimneys? They sure do exist. Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. They do exist. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. As expected, you do have something to hide, Larry. But what could be so embarrassing that I'd be willing to go to jail for it? This man's mind is a complete mystery to me. I believe it's a secret to everyone of a normal mindset how Larry's mind works. However, taking into account his usual woman-based way of thinking, I believe that his lie this time is also related to a woman, and that is what I intend to prove. I meant to press this.
Hold it!
You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Oh, well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already. That's true. That was down at Gourd Lake. Staying at a hotel place we're seeing. The suite we had a fireplace and a chimney. You usually can't have one without the other. My house has a chimney. Fun fact. Because I have a fireplace. It's over there. Gurk, I'd appreciate if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. And so we filled the place with smoke. Yerp, that happens. Right now, we can't open the chimney because the topper is off. So there's a good chance there's just water, like in the where the chimney falls in. So we're just kind of letting that stay like that for a bit. Let it like naturally empty out via heat. You know how it be. Huh, sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney, after all. Actually, it is worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal. Actually, I believe in this case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying that your buddy isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff? Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang. Hey, Edgy, that is so incredibly mean. But thank goodness you're here and that one poor guy. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know. In that case, it is your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me, for whom were you delivering a present to? I was delivering a present to a child not basking in the warm glow of love. That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard, but a lie is still a lie. You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that? In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present to is most certainly this. I don't have Mindy, right?
Take that!
Interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect. Don't spread lies about me. I totally didn't want to see Miss Oldbag so much that I tried to go down a chimney. Ow! I advise you to stop right there in your bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the want to run into that lady. Missile. Joelus. I come here and the first thing I see is Larry's Day ruined. Question. Is there a single screen in all of Ace Attorney that isn't Larry getting his day ruined? Define wrong impression. I simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this.
Take that!
I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence. No way, but it's not really all that important, is it? I'm always like this. You're acting like high and mighty and then you bully me. That's why I refuse to look at it. Be quiet and just take a look. Well, if you say so, Franz Z. But only because you said so. Some people never change, even if their attitude do change at the whim of a woman. So what's up with that anyway? Huh. Why, it's proof that you never even knew existed, of course. Oh, is that all? I don't need it right now, so I can just give it back to you. What? I got you on the ropes now, don't I? What? Is that piece of information unrelated to the question at hand? I need to think this through once more. Larry didn't know one very important fact when he tried to sneak into Old Bat's room. And that fact is best summed up with this.
Take that!
Larry, I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence. What the fuck? Am I going crazy? It's Old Bag, right? Oh. Fucking.
Take that!
This is on the old lady receipt from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy. Was it again? Seems that this man is quite taken with that actress. That's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you. You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man. You haven't matured at all since we last met. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, yeah. This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way. Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do you all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy? To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mandy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure. Hold it. Hey, Edgy, looks like I've got the hang of this court thing now. But we're not in court at the moment. Shut up! I see what's going on here, and it looks just like what you do in court. I guess old boy here still has something you'd like to say. Then she says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen. Alright, then get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in a battle of wits. Larry, if you've forgotten that, should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest. Larry's assertion. So you think that all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what I really meant. But why would I ever put myself through such humiliation on purpose? 'Cause you're Larry. Hey, someone say something! Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this? Not as a confession, but as a testimony? So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that? So it was you. You're my stalker. But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's wholly focused on one man. As long as Edgy Poo is alive, I can't just drop him and be unfaithful. No, I can't. Earlier, Senator teaching me about that wolf man. Love for my dear Edgy Poo. And my love is Edgy Poo. Yeah. Oh, I'm so inspired. You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. You know, Larry reminds me a lot of Wada. That's all I have to say on that matter. I believe there is nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You should tell him that. No, I'm good. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say. Remember, Edgy, everything is evidence in court, remember? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry. But I understand your point. Hasn't docked someone yet. Oh, boy. I'm guessing that the deadlock did not go well. I already read it. They had a bye first round and lost the second round, correct? Hey, they didn't lose in the first round. That's something. At least they got to beat the shit out of NL viewers for a little bit at the beginning there. But I could have told you they could have done that. They're NL viewers. Of course they're going to be trash. Have you seen the person they watch? Let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. Larry's assertion. So you think that all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Yes. Well, I have been saying that for a while now. After all, if not for that, then what other reason did you wish to go down the chimney? You can't say that without any evidence. That's against the rules, Edgy. Heh. Thanks for keeping the prosecutor in line for me, Mr. Suspect. I have the evidence. If you wish to see it that badly, I can introduce you to. Ah, but it's no good to keep them waiting, my subordinate. Hurry and show them already. Lies. All lies, Edgy. Well, if you wish to lie, then by all means continue, because I'm ready to expose your lie at a moment's notice. Alright, you won't get the better of me. Let's see. Can I just like...
Objection!
Yup. Okay. However, Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey, why are you showing that thing to me? Windy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night. Well, isn't that just romantic? But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Night? Ah! You have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing. You can pretend to be ignorant all you'd like, but it's written right here. This one is objection. This one is however. Ah, I see. From far away, I just saw the Phoenix Wright kind of style, and I was like, okay, tomato only post however. So I'm just gonna assume that's however. That is my bad. Objection for ants? Yeah, basically, right? I'll take my loss. I'll take the L there. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. What part of this letter shows that the person Larry had intended to meet was Mindy? Fucking the name? Larry, I suggest you take up penmanship lessons. Aunt or Francisca's. True! That is. Have you ever wished to experience this level of embarrassment ever again? Well, what the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English. You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye. Hey, stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing. There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching. But that will have to wait until we're out of this crime scene. Eek, Edgy, save me from the scary man. Sure, if you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. That wasn't me. Come again. It's a fake. Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter. To set me up. You said your defeat graciously, but you guys are being so mean. Oldback's name is Windy, actually. That's true.
Hold it!
Penmanship analysis. What's that? No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. Yeah, mine is that it's complete shit. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours, and we'll know soon enough who it was that sent the letter. I'll never write another thing in my life. Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's no you, Mr. Loving Knight. For you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting.
Take that!
This autograph and our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our question soon enough. Yeah. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy. So he finally confesses. I saw the Pink Princess being carried around in a stretcher and got worried, alright? Oh, I had to go into Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy. Your mind jumped from the door to the chimney. What a criminally overactive imagination. Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under the door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney. Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying said sentiment. I'm really, really sorry. Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of you. What the fuck? Bruh. That's negative chill. Ain't that right? Holy shit. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me because at the very least, I can attest to that about you. Edgy. You're... Ack. We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you. Ow. In any case, I believe we can say now. We can now know exactly what happened. Miss Larry Bust sought to climb down the chimney. Not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. The suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay? Ow. Hey, what? Edgy, what does that wolfman mean when he says, I'm not off the hook yet? He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of the suspect after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night, with the blood-stained samurai swords that was left at the crime scene. As long as there's no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite. Eek! Edgy. This guy, he looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me. I'm well aware, and you should be as well. And this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely Bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you got. I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon. But the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble. But this one's game I cannot afford to lose. I was the one who found the body of the victim. Beside him was the steel samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be the samurai in the steel samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon owner, the suspect, Larry Butson, here too. Yerp. Is it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? This owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you? If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, that we've already established that. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are lifetime friends, right? Longtime friends. Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence. You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. Oh man, we can't make the joke that Von Karma would never murder Edgeworth's parents because he already knows. Come on, I can't think up anything. I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter. Says his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. Why Larry? I was the one who found the body of the victim. Damask the second. Behind him was a scene of glittering red and offering the scent of blood. Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. Do I have to spell it out for you? The sight and smell of blood. According to a test, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty, and certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slide by. It's blood. You beat the victim to death with that thing. Do we just go like this?
Objection!
Let's go. Let's beat this guy to death with prop swords. Did you know what this is, Agent Lang? Hey, it's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down. Spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. That's because spears are the best weapon. Well, technically the halberd is, but those are like an innovation on spears. Well, until guns came around. Guns and crossbows kind of fucked up the whole weapons hierarchy. You know? You all know. You're all losers. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's the most effective weapon after the whip. Phrase, okay. What are guns but tiny ranged spears? That's literally what crossbows are, right? And guns are just like better crossbows. So yeah, exactly. It's the next most efficient weapon after the whip. The whip, notoriously a not great weapon in war. I think the whip is in a slight different category. Europe, more for like torture than it is for killing people. So what's your point? Are you telling me that the spear is the real weapon? No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it's bent? Precisely. Apparently, a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall in the embassy earlier. As you can clearly see, the insides of the Steel Samurai weapon are hollow. In other words, the replicas aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow, let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there's not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that? Yeah! Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they'd make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it at the show. The Steel Samurai's special move was changed tonight because of him. Oh, dice roll 4. That's decent luck. Because he bent it, Larry couldn't do the early summer rain jab special attack. Youch! That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. Now, back on the topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se, so all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. He's really taken from Phoenix in this game, huh? Using guesswork and taking risk in the place of logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. Except it was, and he was found to forge evidence all the time. But perhaps it is for the best it remains unbroken, for no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
Objection!
What a foolish, foolish statement from a foolish who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory. That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk towards the truth. You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor, but you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed Mr. Dimark without bending it. So what do you think of my hypothetical situation? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need? Of course. What I need is evidence you can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close. He was a defense attorney for a minute. That's true. It's possible to use the samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon? How long did you intend to cling onto that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned, and we managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. The only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on is the sword. You left no stone unturned. Is that a fact? If you got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make all crystal clear for you. Rebuttal. Why, Larry? To use the silver sword to kill someone. Under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. But you must know that your conclusion is wrong. Given the circumstances I'm in, the only people I can trust are my subordinates. Because they are a much more trustworthy bunch than your prosecutors will ever be. And you call yourself a professional? You still don't see, do you, Mr. Prosecutor? You have earned my trust. And the only way to do that is to show me proof of another possible murder weapon. Another possible murder weapon. In this room, there's only one other thing left. This is going to be a gamble, but I can't withdraw the game now. You're not going to get me to trust you by the power of your glare alone, you know. Plus, I have other reasons as to why I think the samurai sword is the weapon. See, top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that suspicion should fall on the owner of said weapon?
Objection!
Okay. So I need to present that somewhere else. What? The embassy, top to bottom.
Hold it!
The only place where you could find blood was on the the samurai sword, that's right. Even with luminol, which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined. Do I have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is the weapon? If you believe that there is no other door possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you. Huh, and how do you plan to do that? By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon. Ha! Ha ha ha! The real murder weapon. I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy. They conclude that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. Knowing these facts, you still wish to push forward with your little hypothesis. Of course, because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation. What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games. I don't appreciate it when people like you slander my men. I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I am merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. There's something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. That is the real murder weapon. Nova, it was you, wasn't it? Alright then, I'll play along for now. The real weapon that killed Mr. DeMarquis II. What exactly is it? The real murder weapon, which not a single person has yet to touch, is this.
Take that!
The national treasure of Albast. I mean the Fremic statue. Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct? Ha 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 ha. You know very well that if we did, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babal. The two countries' precarious relation teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined. Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. And there is only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. He is most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please let me be rational about this. Grrr! Add it to the grrr counter. Lang Ji says, just go already. Sir, yes, sir. Look at the dog. Good dog. Shifu, yeah. I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the Primaduck statue. Oof, I see. Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go speak with the ambassador personally. Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you gotta be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know. Agent Lang, what do you want? Just hurry up and examine the statue already. But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet. I'll take the fall if I have to later. Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone is to take responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility? If we're going to talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'll be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then. Less talk and more investigating. If you want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like to run a chemiluminescence test on the statue. A luminol test? Ah, good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensics team in here. Let's see if anyone else noticed all the GERs in the games. Okay, what did you find? How do you pronounce GURK? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a hard one for sure. Yeah, it looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that the real weapon... this is the real weapon that killed Mr. DeMarquis. Indeed. I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill DeMarquis, so the charge remains. We are hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required, huh? You think so? Okay, then knock yourself out. No. And what do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. Ha ha ha. What a definitive bit of evidence like you doing under here. Looks like we got some fingerprints to analyze. Kirk. Worst case scenarios, these prints belong to Larry. It looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Hey, forensics guy. I want results on these fingerprints ASAP. You understand? Agent Lang, I have the analysis results, sir. Good. And? Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know, the victim of the murder in the Babalese embassy. The prints belong to him, Mr. Manny Cochin, sir. But that's... What's going on around here? No, that's impossible. Each Primiduck statue can only be handled by someone of that country. But by the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babalian's Primiduck statue. Impossible. It can't be. Larry never once set foot on Balinese soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed within a Albanese knife in Babal. And Demarquis was killed on Albanese soil with Babal's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yadagrasu visited both countries. Pieces were there, but we had yet to see the big picture they were to form. To be continued. This case into international war? I think that's highly likely. Well, well, well. 9:35. We meet again. Open new tab. Dulles. Icicle. Boom. It is Icicle time. Revelations. Your nemesis, the clock. True. All right. Not tier 4, not passive, not... No. Revelation again. How about Book of Belial? 2 active, not in the library, always unlocked, not from Flash. Book of Revelations, it can't be. How about Sprinkler? It's not in the item room. A Devil Room active item? Void is tier 4. Razor's gray. Might be a shop item like Golden Razor. Oh, that is an item room item, but it is coin damage stat. Can I get the pool? Oh, fuck. Okay, so it's red. Unique. Red unique. Okay. Is it baby plum flute? What is it? It's like flute. Shit. Item room. You can get this in the item room? The fuck? Okay. Candle? Red candle? No. That's in the shop. Unique. The Tainted Apollyon Sumptorium IV bag. IV bag sounds right. Let's go. I went through the list. I'm like, it does give you coins. It is red. It's an ultra secret room unique item. Yerp. The left hand. Nope. Okay. Anyone have another suggestion? Just to try to get something on the board. I feel like Jawbreaker's usually a good one to go for. Brainworm, yeah, that works. It is white, always unlocked. Doesn't have anything to do with tears. But it might be a worm. It might be like lazy worm. Yup. I'm good. I'm good. I didn't look at you. If I'm going to guess something, I don't look at chat. I don't want you guys to take credit for my brilliant guessing work. All right. Me when I'm a planetarium item. Me when I am a secret room item. What? We're good. You know what? I'll take it. Hmm. 9 volts. THD. Single use items? Items that can only be used once. Isn't this what I put in? No, it's different. And Genesis. Like this? Spacebar items that can only... Why did it not give me close? Did I not put in 1, 2, 3 earlier? Also, how dare you? 1-up literally can be used once. I guess it's not an active. I don't know. Did you? I did. I swear I did. This one's tough. I'm assuming it has something to do with shop items. You can get PhD in the shop, right? It sounds. I feel like you can. Names with numbers. 9 volt, 1-up, 7 seals. Too spooky. Your fixed bag of crafting recipes. Oh. Really? I did not know PhD had one and Soul Locket. That's interesting. That's interesting. 8 pills, I guess. That makes sense. Pokidoku time. Quick look. Cannot get Cowboy Hat Caterpie. That was easy. All right. Ice from Galar. Give me Mr. Rhyme. Evolved by item Galar. Evolved by item Galar. Alcrebe. It's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. Ground Galar. Fucking Runarigus. Piece of shit. Are the dogs technically item evos or no? What? The dogs? No. I'm going to go with no there. Ice Rock. Not a lot of those. I'm going to be honest. How about like Aurorus? This one. Evolved by item Rock. Evolved by item Rock type. Post-evolution Cleavor. Ground rock type. How about just Graveler? Ah, those are just forms. Yeah, something like that. Ice Dark. Weavile. Or I could go Chen Pao. Evolved by item Dark type. Evolved by item Dark type. Haunch Crow. Ground Dark. Ground Dark. Ting Lu? You're... Alright. Chien-Pao was the lowest. Nice. Aurora was the lowest. Nice. Ice Galar, Actria, whatever. I always forget that this is a thing. Let's do an Arcanine, single strike. Right. Not great, not great, not great. No, none of the most common ones at the very least. No, Mr. Rhyme is the most common. That's actually surprising to me. Up, more people put like Ice Cube or Snom or something. No. All right, one day you'll get another shiny. One day. Now, I can't believe I got 2 shinies in that same day. That's crazy. All right, gamers. I'll be right back. I'm going to get me a snack. You can guess what it is. I mean, good for you. All right, you were all wrong. How dare you with some of those, by the way? What is wrong with you? Do you think I'd eat an entire pizza as a snack? Now, counterpoint. Could I fuck up an entire pizza right now? Yeah, probably. But let's ignore that fact. All right. One of those pizza jellies. No, no. It has nothing to do with pizza. I know. Hide your surprise. More pizza goldfish. Nope. Leaning Tower pizza. There's nothing to do with that. No pizza involved today, boys. Yourself? There we go. Jeez. It's always so annoying. All right. Just doing a little cutting here. I know. Food prep. Sometimes you got to do a little bit extra to get what you want. A lemon pound cake. Who do you think I am? It is fruit. It's just an apple. It is just an apple. It is apple season. Don't you know? Cosmic apple. Nah. Not a cosmic apple. I know you like your apples. I'm like an okay fan of apples, to be honest. They're not my favorite fruit, but I live in an area that produces like really good apples. So it'd be a shame not to like take advantage of that. There's the core. All right, that's safe to eat. Golden Delicious. No. Lives in Ohio. I don't live in Ohio. You're thinking of Sir Toasty Toes. He lives in Ohio. And once you realize that fact, it all makes sense of why he's so into Pokemon. It just adds up, you know what I mean? Like, what else are you going to do in Ohio? What? So you're the type. Yes. I'd vastly prefer to slice my apples than to eat them like a brick of fruit flesh. I don't know how to put that. That doesn't sound weird. Usually we have an apple slicer, but it's somewhere in the mess of all the things from the fire. So, whoops. Whoopsie. All right. Let's see how it is. You peel your apples before consuming. I don't know if you're joking or not. Probably should have cut it up into smaller slices in this one. Ah, okay. Well, that was a horrible cut. Problem with this apple is that it's very, very hard. It's not a very soft apple. It's a Honeycrisp, by the way. Did I tell you? The first time I had a Honeycrisp, for high school, my home room was the home ec room. I know, surprising. And the first time I had a Honeycrisp, it was a Honeycrisp that my homeroom teacher brought for us. It was the biggest apple I've ever seen, first of all. And I'm still kind of chasing the high that apple had in terms of everything. It was the juiciest apple I've ever had. It was the sweetest. It tasted the best. This one's okay. Anyway, I have finished cutting them. We can continue. And I have my apple. March 14th. 9. It's pretty bright out for 9:21 at night. How many slices? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Keep the Pokidoku. No. These are not very even slices. I have to use basically a plastic knife, so. Though I think we took out real knives the other day. Should have grabbed one of those. I've left the D Mark II investigation to Francisca and returned to Babal. Wait, what the fuck? You're cutting it with what? A plastic knife. You think I want to be using it? It's terrible. You try having to use plastic cutlery. Did you bludgeon someone to death with it? Caught. Just kidding, Twitch. In case you're taking this out of context, that is a joke. I suppose my first order of business will look at the ball statue, Mr. Edgeworth. It's okay. What's the situation? Oh, it's great. Investigating is so much fun. In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. We weren't goofing off, honest, sir. We're investigating our hearts out. Very well, then. Would you care to give me an update on your investigation? Oh, we've had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. Damn. Rip. Oh, la la. Turns out pretty hard to read a VN and eat an apple at the same time. Who could have predicted this? An apple. And eat the VN. That's true. I should eat the VN. Use your trade in ventriloquisms. What, throw my voice somewhere else? I don't know if that's possible. Not a lot of words on most apples. Most of them have 0 words if you think about it. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. You have permission to enter the Alabestian embassy, is that correct? Yup. As a local detective, I'm helping with the investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the pink princess's mask. Pink princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the pink badger yesterday. Understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Now then, I believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really going to throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai autographs scrunched up into a ball and disposed of. Wait, what? What do you mean by fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Oh, I see how it's going. What the hell is this? It appears that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated. You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the Greatest Great Thief Show. Greatest Great Thief Show, huh? I think Edgeworth was right at the beginning of this chapter where Kay doesn't want to be a thief, she just wants to be a ninja. I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show her face to the world. So how come so many traffic cones are red and white? That's because they're highly visible from a great distance. Oh, is that why? So is the reason you wear that wine red suit is for visibility's sake? Please don't compare me to a ragged plastic traffic cone. Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're enjoying yourself, detective. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir. So, what did you find out? Ah, well. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I take it you found nothing in particular use, as usual. Got something really interesting from the ambassador. Oh, and what is that something interesting? This, sir. What is that? Wow, that's so pretty. I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there. Why does the flame burn green, detective? So apparently, if you burn the special white crystal oil, then that they only make in Babal, it burns this green color, sir. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil to force people to visit Babal should the oil run out. Hey, Gummy, what about those silhouettes? They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so it would project the images. Oh, silhouettes, huh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? Something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you'll be able to do that much? Uh-huh. You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? Well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. Oh, I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant. I expect to get the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Still got like a lot we have left. Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these you can eat whatever you like. And these are discount tickets for our cafeteria. They're open tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the morning. I appreciate the concern. However, these coupons do nothing for me right now. This guy has his own theme. He's a villain. This open air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's to attract that extra bit of attention to Babal. I've heard that tonight over in the Albastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. You know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Oh. Yes, he did. Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire that Yatagrasu started. Exactly. A little more about the Primaduck statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Do you know that Albas and Babal used to be one country called Codopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Primaduck statue belonged to the founders of Codopia. At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Codopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take. Yes, that's right. Which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. Cringe. Country dispute on who rules? Lame. I suppose it's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. Europe. But if Albas and Babal were to re-establish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Primaduck statue is even more important now, as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Pelino knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Let's just try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Mr. Pelino, if I could please take a look at this for me. The Primaduck statue sitting in Alabas right now actually belongs to Babal. So it would appear. I received a call from Miss Von Karma about this earlier. then you understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Primix statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession. Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. It is definitely Alabast's statue. I know because it's the real statue. Then you're saying that Babal's was a replica. It's embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. He's just telling us like the greatest secret he has as a nation right now. I've received orders from the leaders of Babal. I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was there to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. To say that we could not determine which statue was the real one.
Hold it.
Why are you telling me this? Oh, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? Yes. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Hey, where are you going? Are you headed back to Alabast? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what happened. Oh, I see. There's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country. That's the gist of it. Babal is just as strict as Alabast in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country. I mean that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. I mean the fake Yatagarasu. In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this, I'm sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden on the Alabastian side of the embassy. Just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. Like I said, I believe it's vital that I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use? There's a little water on it, but how did the water get on it? Doesn't look like there's anything it could get wet from around here. I was thinking, they have concerts here at this open air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. Is it a pick? I don't know. Oh, there's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this? What is this? It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind and that I found 7 years ago. All that one day it'll be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you. Yo, Kay being goated as always. Nothing surprising there. Okay. That's the showroom. Turning the investigation Albast now, but I know. I'll go back to Babal and do some more investigating there. Ah, the Rose Garden. I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth. How are things in Babal? Well, I can't really say I would expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation to Manny Cochin's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation to the Yatagarasu has. Ah yes, the Yatagarasu. Even now, I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely travel between the two countries at will preposterous. Well, that's why I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct, and Master Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabast. After the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared, and just as suddenly it vanished. After that, there was a fire at the Balbesian embassy that the Yatagarasu started. I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. Nerd. You could hear the crunch of that apple on the mic. I was paying attention. I was like, how loud is this? It's loud. Holy. Once again. Oh, wait, go on, 1 second. Okay, we're good. And I'm still not in the game. Good job, me. Okay, first things first, this light. Overturned spotlight here. Yatagarasu appeared. The audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. Bye, Nova. I thought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu. However, there were people in my way, and I was unable to land even a single lash. As well as that means some other poor saps were hit instead. Spots of the Yatagarasu hid in these bushes. Of course not, they're rose bushes. They've been spending too much time with Scrushy and that girl. They're rubbing off on you, but it's alright. I'll wake you out of your stupor. Ah! Now, the next time you feel like sleep talking, remember I'll whip you for real. All I tried was to offer a possibility, and this is what I get? Oh, statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. It says it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primadux. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue, and so you somehow made the leap to that. Is she wrong, though? There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. Not just for aesthetic, this pool's water is also used in putting out fires. I see. Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically. Fountain spouts are easy to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. I suggest that this pool was recently used somehow in this embassy. Okay, I guess I'll take some notes about that just in case. So that's how the pick got over there. That's like good information, I guess. What? No! Why? How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry. Hey, Edgy, thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry. This pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that. If you think I'm the type to just jump into a pool and swim around for fun. Himbo of the pool, grant me your wisdom. Alright then, did you by chance fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son? I guess I kind of lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him. You imbecile, how can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? How old is he again?
Hold it!
Larry, this is the first time I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? Oh, that chick. The pink princess. The pink princess. Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he is looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. Yup, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. The Iron Infant is my cute little son. You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase, as astounding fool. Larry, we have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of here. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there. No, wait! Everything he just said made me angry. Everything he just said made you angry. Huh? Why? Expand on that. Why, yes, I am just using you as an excuse to finish my apple. Apple. Larry, son, mother, princess. Those are words you said. Look, the sleeper cell within me. All right, what is your directive? In Minecraft. Oh. Okay, Apple has been defeated. I won. Get owned, Apple. How's the apple? It was okay. It was pretty good. Oh my god. Me trying to press the A button like Wyatt no go forward. Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swimming around in that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. That's true. There's overturned spotlight here. When the Yatagarasu appeared, the panic. Okay, so these are the same thing. This statue bears a resemblance to the Primadex statue. The plaque says King Primadux in the battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Primadux put his life on the line and went to war. What do you mean? Don't punch the apple. It did nothing wrong. So Primadux was actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone intimidating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprised me is that a real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. There's some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained. Him looking at a patch of dirt? Beautiful roses. You're being too nice, Edgeworth. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses only truly shine when they are grouped by color, one color per location. They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together like this. I can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. On second thought, there's a rather serious look on her face. I better leave it be. They should really rethink the proper balance of these roses. Of all the people who comment on proper balance of things. Suppose Ambassador Alba sat in this chair? Ambassador Alba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him should he have gotten tired during his speech. In that case, why didn't he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place? The ambassador is always quite prideful, that's why. He sounds like my old principal from grade school who'd speak at assemblies. This is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage was set up nicely, however. Where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool. That's such poor planning. If there was no other place other than a spot or two by the pool, they really should have made seating arrangements like how the gallery is set up in court. Indeed, you can sense the consideration for the viewers was taken with those. So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time. Yes, although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. True, true. Connected fireplace, by the way. Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir. We found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and 1 person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Agent Lang, well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor, I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, you received word from Ambassador Alba. We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of the day. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I could be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So naturally, you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief alright with my own 2 eyes. Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. When the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when the cries of "It's the Yatagarasu" ran out. Next second, the spotlight went out. And by the time we got the area lit again, the thief had vanished. So, like an assumption. When we investigated after, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. One thing is for certain, the Yatagarasu was here, so you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's shadow. Yes. If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Ha! Good thinking, sis. You might just be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape, not among the staff or the audience members. I mean, I've already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow. That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu, I believe I figured out its true origin. I expect no less from my subordinate. Now let's see what you have to say on the subject. What really casts a shadow? Can I go this way? Probably this. It's an appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible that it was created by this statue? Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? That should bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You are correct. However, this statue is just but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? What is the other part to the real form of the Yatagarasu shadow?
Take that!
It's another statue. The Yatagarasu shadow is made from the shadows of these 2 statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, you believe the 2 shadows would create the Yatagarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal a true form of the Yatagarasu. First, we set up the spotlight to cast a shadow of King Primidex in the battlefield. The shadow of the king statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Like if you set a light on the queen who spoke of love to King Primidex. So it would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Ah, so if we were to combine the 2 shadows... Looks nothing like the Yatagarasu shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francisca. The way the light needs to be shown on the queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow. Only one part. Fill the rest of the Yatagarasu shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right. I apologize. Well, what part of the queen's statue is used? Da hands. Isn't that just the ambassador's shadow doubled over? Maybe.
5 long, thin areas, correct? Now, what does that remind you of? Aha! That's right, it can only be the shadow of the queen's left hand. Francis, can we please adjust the spotlight's position? So it only shines in the queen's left hand. All right, let's give it a try and see what we get. It's... Huh. Yeah, that's exactly like the shadow I saw. Carlo must have changed the spotlight positioning beforehand. And then pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu shadow had vanished, which means the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabast tonight. The only country that the thief visited was Babal, although it can be assumed the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabast. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured that out yet. I assume it was the person who set up the shadow. So the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. Oh, that was an easy one. How's the investigation going? Bad! Yeah, to bad. Have you come to join us in the investigating the Yatagarasu? I've left the murder in Agent Lang's charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu, so yes. So, what have you found out? I've got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please. People heard the commotion. Bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, I'm telling ya, I'm the genuine international journalist. She gave me an interesting picture. A journalist? Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is... I was doing laundry today and made the mistake of washing a pair of pants that had Kleenex in the pocket. Now I've got shreds of paper all over. Damn, that's unfortunate. That sucks. This is the photo I got from her. What in the world? Yatagarasu is flying through the air. The times, they are a-changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires, on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see, so this was taken after the fire. The blur in this picture took off from the Bahalese embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Alabast. This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Ah, yes! The infamous circus case. What was it? Case 3 of Game 2, was it? Yes, Billy Bob Jones. Oi. Talking about there was never a case 3. There is no case 3. There was. There was. Oh, was there? Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. 2, actually. Maybe it happens more often than we think. Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Balinese embassy, so I should start from there. Francisca, I need to return to the Balhal investigation for a bit. Alright. Yippee! I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation. Yes, let's. Kay is ready for violence. There's a flat panel VCR and a roll of samurai videos on this table. Aren't they worried that if they leave the tapes out on the table like that, the Yatagarasu will make off with them? I honestly doubt the Yatagarasu want to steal samurai videotapes. Ah, but that's where you're wrong. The fake Yatagarasu may not want to steal them. But you never know with the real Yatagarasu. Please stop eyeing the tapes with that look of want in your eyes, Kay. What? Huh? Okay, whatever. steal the tapes. Okay? Steal those. To think, after all that running around, we're right back to where we started. It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Paleno, but I have yet to find this killer. Then I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu? Aren't important to the case? That's true. He would just give them to Gumshoe. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Paleno. Actually, there's one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure. Feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If you'll bring a smile back to Mrs. Faraday's face, then I'd gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Paleno. You're a true total gentleman. Ah, you don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Paleno. These two sure got chummy awfully quick. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? Did she just actually? Yes. We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fires. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Kochin's killer. We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key of the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago is found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it. That woman is almost definitely Mr. Kochin's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received the most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too? Yes. He's been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad. Now then, I was told that this photo had been taken just after the fire. But what? This kind of looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. This could be how that person escaped. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. Bad Uncle Toho mentions? Nope. Okay. You can see the Albastian Embassy through this window. So, where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? Ah, you can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where Damask 2 was killed. What? You don't mean the Damask 2? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I just can't turn a blind eye to this, even though Damask was merely an imposter of the original. It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Yep. The ink. There's a bottle of Balbalzian ink on Mr. Kochin's desk. It looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Paleno, it looks like your precious Balbalzian ink is alright after all. What? That's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? Wait, hold. Hi, Orange Dangle. That's me! Probably. Unless you're talking about this guy. He's kind of orange, too. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask you a few movements before the fire. Before the fire. Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at Balbalzian Embassy tonight. What a bother all of that was. What? Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jammin' Ninja show. Well, the first occurred at the start of the Jammin' Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it eternal. Then the fire after the Jammin' Ninja show was the 2nd one of the night. Exactly. The fire I witnessed was the 2nd one. Oh, fuck. This is entirely different. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. So then, what was the extent of the damages in the second fire? Fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. It's contained to this room, bozo. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above that caused it. That's, how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Poleno. Oops, look at me go on and on. Now, what was it you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Coach's actions and whereabouts were today. Very well, yes, let's see. I've been quite busy all day, from morning until now. First I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll for breakfast. Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version? Alright, I can do that for you. What did Mr. Coach and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Coach's office. Why were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why both the Prima Duck statue and the Balbanese knife set are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed. And expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain though, huh? Ah, about that. I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. Ha ha ha. I guess I'm up a creep without Manny here to get angry at me. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger. Oh, he was very good at being very mad. I get that. I'm good at that too. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Balbanese ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Talk about the boss getting bossed around. That's a bit for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do. Being an ambassador and all. What do you mean? Origin was killed? No! Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Cochin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Nitralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I'd straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us. Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja. Seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out, and I escaped down the stairs. My office is completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. That makes sense. That makes sense. Fires are scary, especially if they've already started. Like an uncontrolled one? Obviously. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show. Yes, that's right. Next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. Bro was in the Elden Ring DLC. I see. Ambassador Poleno, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? Hey, Mr. Cochin's ink. Why tell me what you noticed about Mr. Cochin's bottle of ink? I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, but I received no reply. I used my spare key to open the door. When I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. Origin is a real person and not a chatbot. Get it twisted, I am not the Joel bot. You will not see me spamming Joel. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. Little did you know, I am actually the evil Joelbot. The waves were so big that I wasn't able to see the room at all. Ah, shit, I forgot to click back on the game.
Hold it!
Hold it! The fire was green. What was the cause? Well, white crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Balbastian ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly caught on fire in here? Everything? Everything caught on fire in here, brother. Appears that Mr. Cochin's body has been taken for an autopsy. What outline is all this to tell the tale of his murder? Is that not something? Alright, I guess not. Alright. Phone. Yes, embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Old ass phone. Holy shit. What do you imagine them to look like? I thought the bows would look like flowers and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way, it looked like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabast, don't you think? Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Codopia? There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and imagination. These are true facts. Looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Well, it sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon. What kind of discount would that net you? The 5-finger kind. What else? I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as the truth. What else would I steal? I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. Manny Cochin. His name is written here on this nameplate. Why would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office? I suppose it's to inform people in case they walked in the wrong room by mistake. You think maybe it's also that it reminds you of your own name if you forget? Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to set a nameplate on one's desk. Yes, Nova? What's the matter, stupid? What are you doing? Walking away, nerd? There's only one book left standing here. Treasures of the World. Wait, what? Let me see that. Uh-huh, I see. Ah. The most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate, why? Where the treasures are located has been burnt. Okay. That looks like a very comfortable chair. Does it? Oh, there you are. Okay, she's done. Oh my god, Nova! Are you waiting for me to start talking again, you little shit? Evil meow. Middle finger. It's because it's just me and her here again. That's why she's mad. But it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't we try sitting it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at the crime scene. That's because I'm a prosecutor. It's a part of my job to examine things. It's my job to be a great thief, which is exactly why you're not allowed to touch anything. True. What do you mean? It's an open drawer. This also fell victim to the fire, but it doesn't look too damaged. Ooh, I think we can rifle through this drawer a bit. Hello, Nova. I suppose we should take a look. Oh, hello. It's rather usual shape for a notepad. I suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere. No, that's like a very strange shape for a notepad. Like, extremely. The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Wow, good job. Yeah, that's because he does that in the main game. Hey, you're right. What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley. Ah, yes, the notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. You collected them for the purpose of studying them, you see. Yes, I do. You seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burnt to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Paleno, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see in that case. Oh, do you figure something out? This note was found in Alabast. Specifically, is found being firmly grasped by the murderer, Damask II. Damask II, in this note, yes. It was a request from Mr. Cochin to Damask II to steal the Permadex statue. What? Manny tried to steal Alabast's Permadex statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cochin? Which country is supposed to be happening in? America. And if you're playing the Japanese version of the game, Japan. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. Can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Game Japan, true. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? Stranger's country, I see Europe. There's one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. I believe you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired Damask II. Actually, I fear it may have been my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as part of today's event. But because of the Yatagarasu and the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it? Ha ha ha. I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been cancelled. For you see, Babal's statue, well, it's just a replica. And did Mr. Cochin know about Babal's Permadex statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We had to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. No, it wouldn't! Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it, it'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Codopia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. When I saw that note, I realized he was serious. Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Codopian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I haven't answered yet, as he was trying so hard. I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simply kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. You're the Gumshoe. Have you collected the information that I requested? Yup, got it right here, sir. Here you go, okay? Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all. What is this, Gummy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the Embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, Detective. It was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. What do you mean? As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm going to find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm going to become a good Yatagarasu, just like my father, right? Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it's a truly wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. Hee, you bet. Now what now, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask you a favor. Yes. That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon. Oh, you mean Little Thief? You're really coming to rely on it, aren't you? I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered in the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire. You got it. All right, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Meow. Knife? Not there. Shit all over the floor. Yup. Grandfather clock was moved. That's strange. Suppose we might find the escape route the person K used as well. Oh, what is this? This is some kind of light show I was not told about. This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted. Really, this is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday.
Ahem. I believe it's about time we returned to when Phoenix Wright is currently homeless. He is currently hobo right. He's not homeless yet. Yes, he is. More broke than Gumshoe. True. This is after the third game, right? Bro's certainly homeless. His grandfather clock is apparently in a different position before the fire. Isn't this only like a couple of years later still? Chilling with Maya right now. I don't know. I think it's only a couple of months after, I think. Wasn't like Phoenix Wright's whole problem that he only got like a couple of cases? He becomes homeless after a few years. Oh, so it takes some time for him to run out of options, huh? Yerp. I use Emma Sky as the time reference. She is in like every game. Nova, what's the itch? I gotta go make sure this cat didn't run into the fucking kitchen and get herself stuck. Oh my god. Boy, stop trying to attack me. Huh? I go to check on her. What does? She immediately goes to get my feet. Piece of shit. Eating the remnants of the kitchen. What are you doing? Ah. Yeah, we don't see Maya again until Spirits of Just whatever the fucking name of the 3DS game is. Trying to like move the cat's toy for her to play with it, but she's like not moving an inch. I'm doing my best over here, all right? For the fire, sir, which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming. Oh, that's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damages internal mechanisms or something. Basher Paleno, maybe take a look inside that clock. Sure, go right ahead. Dr. Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Where are you? Okay, oh, there she goes. I'm on it. It's treasure. I found this inside, sir. Looks like a length of wire. So this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what was a long way through wire doing inside the clock in the first place? Until the last 3DS game. Yeah, it's a little fucked up. But at the same time, like, they wanted to introduce new characters, right? In the Apollo Justice series. So, why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? It sounds like it wasn't Mr. Paleno who put the wire in there. Then perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did. Maybe. Looks like one of the Balbonese knives was already missing before the fire began. So it would seem, especially since the other two knives handles were burned away. The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon, and Babal's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think? I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babal's woes. The charred remains of a falling ceiling fan. I've seen a few of these here before. They spin around and around and play music. I believe you're thinking of a music mobile for babies. Yes, that's it. They're nothing alike. They're totally alike. They spin those babies right around like a record. I see. I can see how you might think that. Kay, are you okay? So by this time, the permanent statues had already been swapped, right? They must have been, as this one is covered in soot. What lousy timing, and just as the two countries are about to become friends again, too. It would have been better if I had stolen it for them than to get caught up in that fire. Okay, I think I understand your sentiment.
However, if you were to engage in theft, I can't look the other way, right? You could please stop stealing my lines. So Abal's really pushing their tourism industry, huh? Yes, it'd appear that way. You know, I really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case? Do you already have a destination in mind? Well, ideally I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training. Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jammin' Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. I can't believe she took me seriously. A fireplace, huh? So Babal's offices have them too. There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Albastian. Nova! Shut up! Why did you come all the way downstairs just to yell at the door again? I'm right here, bozo! Oh, we found something that's not recall ever again. So can't believe we found that undershirt in the fireplace. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You climb inside and we can play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot. I think not. You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. That's true, he doesn't. Looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you take sitting in it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene. We were always touching all sorts of things. Okay, literally this is the same conversation as last time. You can see the Alabasta Embassy through this window. So where were you when we were... Okay, so this is the exact same as well. So the green fire he saw is most likely... the papers going up. You know, let's do some logic and reasoning. Okay, we don't got shit. Souvenir suffered some damage from the fire. You can buy virtually anywhere. You can't buy them anywhere. Each one is specific to a location, has its own value. The items have memories attached to them that are most valuable of all. But can you really rob someone of their valuable memories just like that? No, because even if I take the souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories. This must have been the large green flames Ambassador Paulino saw. With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Okay, by the time... Where'd Cat go? I don't know, she's probably going back to meow out the door. Okay, by the time you came to this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time. This fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the 3rd floor, until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babal, I suppose. I guess Mr. Paletto was just lucky enough to run into the fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you could put it that way, and since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it! That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer. That's very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you. They must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here. Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then, what did the person who set the fire have to make? The green flames. Well, whatever it is that person burned, I would rather... It would made a rather sizable fire. We got something that burns green, right? It's a bit thinner than these flames, but you'll get what you mean. Yes, I do believe what you're thinking about is exactly why those flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these flames? Well, technically that, but...
Take that!
The rest of the green of those flames is related to this. Oh, really? I don't think they're related at all. Oh. Sorry. It really isn't related after all. Hey, you honestly apologize this time for being wrong. What? I'm always honest. And that's a good thing. Now just keep on doing it. I need to think about this a bit more carefully. What do you mean? The green flame is the same as this other flame.
Take that!
Yeah, sure, fucking whatever. The same thing. The silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the white crystal oil it's burning. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by white crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there is only one other thing made from white crystal oil. Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Polena was mistaken about, right? Yes, precisely, as we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose. I'll explain it in a way even you can understand. Oh my god. Yes, the oil.
Take that!
The ink. Albany's ink is made from white crystal oil. Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Albany's ink. Because we found the ink Mr. Cohen used on his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer that gave birth to the green flames. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. Heh. It would appear that I finally found it. The smuggling ring's real goal is the source of the green flames. What? Okay.
Take that!
What would consume that great of a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Genfa. You're kidding. You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills. I am. I believe you can even go so far as to say that he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes, I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Ah, yes, I suppose so. We've caused quite a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It is my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crimes, for they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, so I definitely looked at that. The safe wasn't open at the time of the fire. You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right? Yes, and thanks to this safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved. Aren't safes great? They always hold the wonderful promises of treasure within. Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. Lamau, true. There's something here I can look at. This. Fears of the desk is largely unchanged from before the fire. Yeah, it just got a little burnt, that's all. It's a very fine desk. I'm sure that even now it's still usable. If it's great, why don't you trade your desk with it? No. It was just a suggestion. You don't have to get all monosyllabic on me, you know. Detective, you took part in the initial Babal investigation, correct? Yep, I sure did help put out both fires, sir, but that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. Brother, you don't use elevators during a fire! If I had remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd been burned to a crisp. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh? Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic. Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Balbanese embassy at all? I didn't personally. And the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir. Wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. The second fire broke out during the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Alabast. It was also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic. So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babal. Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know? Still, it was enough to make people who received the calling card panic even more. The person in a long coat sounds like the exact same person I saw. The Yatagarasu that appeared in Alabast was proven to be a fabrication of Shadow, as uselessly helpful. And I mean, like, most of you can be described as uselessly unhelpful. So, like, what are you doing, chat? Get on it. You too could be uselessly helpful. Every time I have to give a person for a, they ask me who what person was involved with something, you guys keep telling me to pick Kay. As if Kay would do anything wrong ever. She's just a thief. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal is also suspect. Because she is the criminal. You can't be serious. Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto, you. So the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Koshin, then disappeared. All she does is steal for things for a living. True, except that she's never stolen anything, and also, like, probably still in school if we had to guess. By the way, detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did, but well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with, and was lost for a while there. You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, detective. Eek, I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh, is that a fact? Yeah. It was when I was lost and wandered around the 3rd floor hallways, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away. Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Koshin's body. Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could. It was thanks to Gummy that Mr. Sheena wasn't able to take me away. You covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Well, well, well. Now he's useful and helpful. Be around for no apparent reason that's helpful in very specific cases. True, true. Still, it's too bad that Agent Sheena got here before I did. I wonder where Agent Sheena was before you found her here. Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. Agent Sheena mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier. Well, she apparently helped in putting out the first fire. Then during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? Examined everything in this office, but there is one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Paleno about it. Ambassador Paleno, there is something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Ah, that's right. You've also paid a visit to the Albessian side of the embassy. Our 2 embassies actually used to be 1. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why this building is bilaterally symmetrical. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the art is located, it is the same. As my room is currently under renovation, we worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja? Yes, that's right. Bonnie is now playing Tales of Arise. Do you think they burned the wrong office the first time? Interesting hypothesis. I mean, what's a photo like that's worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Another odd expression of Babal excessively competitive spirit with Albas, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I need to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be some help. Oh. Boom! The Albessian and Baldassian sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, that this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. In Albas, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? That sounds like something out of a ninja house. She really just wants to be a ninja. Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir. What? This embassy holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed. And my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. Looks like it's just another fireplace though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again? In Albus, I had to push where the X was on the far side of the fireplace. Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it.
Hold it!
Ah, you scared me, sir. There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. Huh? We found an X where you thought there'd be one, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from this scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. Fucking... excuse me? Huh? Alright, let's look at this shit. You push the X button, the fireplace should turn. Revolving fireplace wall, that's neat, sir. We should hurry up and hold it. Wait, detective, there's something we need to examine about this first. Besides which, there's always something I'd like to test. Like what, sir? I'll tell you later, detective. For now, let's continue with the investigation. All I see inside this fireplace is starter wood, huh? That's odd. It doesn't match up with what Mr. Pilato said earlier. What does it mean, this contradiction? Alright. Spilled balloon ink into the back wall while...
Eureka!
Ambassador Polano, you said that you burned some old files in the fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I'm a bit of intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't really think that Ambassador Paulino is lying, do you? No, there's no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Okay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it. I'll add in the ashes from the burnt files and... Seems like we pretty much figured out everything else now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right? Oh, you mean that? Well, it is what Master Edgeworth's known for, you know. There's really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. Go here. This area earlier, but it never hurts to take another look. You can press it now, though, right? Disappear. If you follow where this piece of information leads, we should begin to see the truth. It's time to use your secret weapon, right? Yeah, go on, sir. Use your special skill. I'll ignore your strange phrasing for now and focus on the information we have instead. Just a little further. I can sense the truth lying on the other side of this. Whop. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. The Ambassador Polano said that he spilled some Belizean ink when he burned the files, and yet there is not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well then, I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room, which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room to there? Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Cochin's killer. After committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route. I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. Bop. The killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, and it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh, it was that person, sir. Yes, Detective. Agent Sheena. Investigation complete. It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claims that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Kochin. I don't need proof yet, but I know she is hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself? No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe. Sir, it is my turn to do something. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Damask 2's note. Callisto, you in disguise? Possibly, yeah. Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall. Right now, sir. No, next decade. Of course, right now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy, you can do it. All right, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back. You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective. Wow, the inside of the fireplace really did turn. That's so neat. Now I want to try going through there too. There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It appeared that the ash really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, bubbling ink you spilled ambassadors on the back wall. Okay, here I go, sir. Hold it. Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer. Huh, but there's all that ash and stuff. And your point is, now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through. Ugh. Yes, sir. Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve, such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the two weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago, the fact that we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies, Mr. Edgeworth, a number of pieces connected in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads. Was that supposed to be an impression of me? Okay. If it's info gathering you need, Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you have to do is show them off your fancy schmancy logical deductions. Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused like a laser on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. Okay. That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know. That is something I hope you practice. I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake. Yay, it looks like you're back on your straight-laced self again. Your special ability, logic. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Good work, Detective. Cough, cough, cough. Looks like you can use that fireplace like a door, sir. Oh, you're right, Gummy. I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I can see the hem has practically turned black. Yeah, well, quite a bit of unburned ink got on it, sir. I see. Thank you, Detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat. What? Oh, no, sir. I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned, but you know. I see. Very well, then. As you wish. Cereal, he's so nice. And then Miss Gumshoe, unable to take like a single nice thing, is like, nah, it's just an old coat. You don't need to do that. So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact, and that is... I'll have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. I'll be right back before you know it. Handwriting analysis on Mr. Kochin's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let's go and wait in the Theater Neutralis, along with Agent Lane and Agent Sheena. To be continued. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. Another to be continued. Do I keep going? I mean, Annel's not live tomorrow. I'm not live tomorrow. Fallen's gone tomorrow. Maybe I'll just keep going. Maybe I'll just finish it right today. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. Agent Lang. Lang Ji says little cubs never do know the real fury of the elder wolves. Title says you're finishing, so true. These codes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bill is made with Balbanese ink. They were all of Genfa denominations. Yeah, so I've heard from Mrs. Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. We must not have figured out that it was burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Genfa is in financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. Well, that's what you get for relying on capitalism, bozo. It's not just the money, the citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this, and I've come to this end to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Genfa. I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I have to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Bachelor Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no. It is I should apologize. It was all because I wasn't strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Quercus, you fool. Curse your empty brain. You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Shino, let's go. Time to return to our den. Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but go home as well. Agent Lang, a moment. Hold it. You, Wolfman and the Secretary. Hold it. Objection, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yep, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, Detective. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Shino, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu? When you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. What are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babal investigation at all. I suppose I'll need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. Around that the whole economy is in crisis? Europe? The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh? Sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I supervise you until the end. She's seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day. You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. Ha! I should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. Yep. Still kind of cool. Fine. I'll prove her innocence, so let's see what you got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. Me, Jojo, pointing at the enemy. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal, and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony. You mean the suspicious person in a coat she saw? That's right. That person is one of the keys to solving this case. Frodo really summoned her as a stand. Other way around, actually. Right? The stand stands behind them, not in front of them, most of the time. I literally haven't seen a fucking episode of JoJo. You're gonna have to... Believe me. It depends. No, I'm always right. I would never make this up. I've definitely seen every episode of JoJo. Sure. Ah, shit, I've been caught. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu pretended. And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second. But first, I want to review what Kay's mysterious person did. Maybe you should watch it. I refuse. See, that's a JoJo reference right there, but in Japanese. Okay, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing did. He's right. Oh, got him. Okay, you got it. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open air stage on the balcony side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call the suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now, please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do. Why? I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Balinese embassy. It was pretty straightforward chase down the hallway until a sudden turn. Yasura disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Kochin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. I'm not a weeb, and that makes a Japanese-only anime reference. Like I said, I no longer have those videos in my feed, but there was like 2 weeks, maybe even like a month straight, where all I would get on my YouTube feed were JoJo videos. And being the person I am, I watched like almost all of them. The likely excuse. What do you mean excuse? That's what happened. That's my testimony. When I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. Of all the JoJo's in 2 weeks based. Get it twisted. I do not know all the lore of JoJo. I think I would put myself at like 60%. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah, who's there? By the time I turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. Getting into the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Sorry, but I know for a fact the person didn't escape through that door. Oh, and how do you know that with such certainty? Huh, that's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they would have ran right into this person! Why is the dog not on here? Whatever.
Take that!
This is a suspicious person you've run into, huh? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are you sure you're not losing it? I haven't lost anything, certainly not my mind. Maybe not, but you definitely have the wrong person. Maybe you're terrible with not logic, but names as well. Wait, what? Yes, around Kay's near arrest. There was someone right next to the coachman's office investigating at the time. Oh. Well, yeah. I thought we already assumed that. Whatever, it's fine. Your answer is Sheena. Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay's scream was discovered in Mr. Kochin's body, the Yatagarasu would have ran right into Agent Sheena, who was in the next room over. Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see? Therefore, the Yatagarasu could not have escaped through the door. Not so fast. It just means the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out of the hallway. Objection. Huh. I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway, a certain detective. That's right, man! Mr. Gumshoe, where were you exactly at that time? Me, sir. Well, I heard Kay's stream. I ran towards Coach's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sheena. Sure, sir. So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Grrrr. That's not a grr. That does not get put into the list. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened, yes. I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. This is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route that the Yatagarasu could have taken. Ha ha ha. I get it. So that's what you're trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out. Precisely. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out with a revolving fireplace wall explanation. No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? This would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the balcony side is known only to 4 people. If we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end. What's with the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. That smug, haughty attitude of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Huh. Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since the eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment the Yatagarasu's escape? And Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that. At first, I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible. I realize you may not know this, but... Boom! Humans can't fly! Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought the photo to be that of the Yatagarasu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself. The shadow on this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Shay was chasing. You can say whatever you want. You'd like to say the language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence. Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same as the one in the photo. It's... Where do we have the information about the fires? The person Kay saw is not the same one as the one in the photos.
Take that!
There we go. Nice. Aware. Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu you saw. Kay saw. Kay spotted the Yatagarasu headed from the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. Grr, roar. Okay, once again, not added to the grr counter. Yeah, way to go. That's twice you bit him in the butt now. Not so fast. We're not done yet. You still have to explain what the shadow is, and how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. Ha! As I thought. However, the Yatagarasu escape route, now that I can answer. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me. Hold it. Even if I explain it to you, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Albician investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'll have much knowledge about the Albician side of the case. So it'd be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained in my stead. Sheena is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call her myself her boss? Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him. Sheena, you shielded me a lot as my boss, but it's time for me to prove my worth. Alright, if you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Balbanese embassy? Sheena's movements. During the first Balbalese fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. True. We have some evidence to that. Then the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say. I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Cochin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have your partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi, is that correct? Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Shia tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale? True. And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Grr! Finally? Add one to the grr counter. Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into the situation. Although, I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I will not make no excuse for what I did in that situation. You should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize. I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second. The same goes for me. I believe in Sheena. Then let's put that to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. Sheena's movements. During the first Pelianos, I assisted in putting out the fire. We know that for a fact. In the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babao. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. So you were in the room next to Miss Cochin's office. I already told you I was earlier. As I was examining the neighboring room, I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Cochin's office. Wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. Yes, I did. But she was totally innocent, pal. I thought we had already cleared that up. And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now, the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet. Ooh! I have to agree, right now is not the time to take issue with that. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. But I do take issue with the fact that you didn't see the Yatagarasu, Agent Sheena. Huh. The prosecutors of this country are all so strange. Although I was in the next room, I was able to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room. Is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. Huh. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are you calling Sheena's testimony a lie? Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Sheena right now. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt us with your superfluous comments. Grrr! Grrr! That's a grr and a not grr. Aw, you know, I feel kind of bad for him. I understand his pain as watching as one of his subordinates be accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth. Lang, I'm alright. As for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on that girl rather than me. And why is that? To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. Are you throwing case words into double doubt again? Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? And she did try to chase down the Yatagarasu despite being just an average citizen. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu, that's right. Which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. And I suppose you have proof of that somewhere? Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough. I see. Case testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony. Why don't you show her using what we found out with Little Thief? I will in due time. Escape route of the Yatagarasu that Kay was in pursuit of. Turns out that it really does lead to Agent Sheena. Then what is it that she is keeping from us right now? Okay.
Objection!
Alright, baby. It's time. Being in the room next to the Mr. Cochin's office is the problem with your testimony.
Not so fast!
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what the problem you're talking about is at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Albisian office fireplace? Huh? I mean how it connects to the office at the room next door. What about it? Well, Alabasta isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Cochin's office holds the exact same secret. What? Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room nor the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now do you see? The Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, and the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat. Pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one she chased after. After you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Cochin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or ever hold your peace. How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Pwah. Sheena? Heh. Heh heh heh. Heh 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 heh. Heh heh. Ahaha, 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 ahaha. Yerp, hello. That laugh. Cereal. I remember this irritating laugh. Brr. I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be, but it has to be. Sheena, what's wrong with you? Pfft. I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are so very strange. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? Think not. I'm the prosecutor. It's the prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we'll have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. My question? Here is your proof that the revolving fireplace in the wall was used recently.
Take that!
Literally, it's just the fireplace again. Be more careful. The last time she's been cornered, she almost shot Edgeworth. Actually true. I'm sorry, but is really the best answer to your question? Yes. According to Ambassador Paleno's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cochin. Oh. The ashes of what they burnt were left in the fireplace as they should have been. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up.
Objection!
Huh. Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Palino said he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Kochi's office is my proof. Ha ha! Ah ha ha! Ah ha ha! Ah ha ha! Ah ha ha ha! And just what's so funny? Ash as proof. Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. Pfft, my counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. Pfft, I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or a court. Let me finish this here and now, I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap this absurd case up once and for all. Sheena's rebuttal. In my eyes, bam, bum, bum, ba, 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 bum. In my eyes, all you prove is that the rotting fireplace was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? Since then, who was it that used the revolving wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. We found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. Phew! And there you have it. My counter-argument. Arg. That's very impressive. She has seen through to the fact that I've yet to gather one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us, but Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth, you must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh. With pleasure. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Sheena, please. Show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry, this will be the deciding match. You'll see. I'm truly sorry, Angeline, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well, Agent Sheena. Shall we begin? Pfft, I'm ready when you are. Me when I'm guilty? Rebuttal. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Fireplace was used.
Hold it!
Sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough. But I was able to go through the revolving door myself. So that should be proof enough, even for you, pal. Ah, looks like you don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess that you're not all that learned. Youch, come the fuck on! What did Gumshoe do? Talk about rude. You should watch what you say, pal. Sorry, I can't say I disagree with her. What the fuck? Come on! But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used. You can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So you want proof that the Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace? That's right. Well, do you have any? Hold it. Can you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? You can't prove a negative. I don't need to prove anything to you. Objection. Hold it. Okay, if you could please not steal my line. Sorry. But I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Well, don't fret and leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch. You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless. So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. It's possible the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace. Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Pilano and Mr. Cochin. Curses! Then to think the Yatagarasu would have been so careless. There must have been some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find. Aha. I take it you have no further objections. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. So Interpol has finished examining the entire Babalian embassy. Yes, investigators who weren't allowed into Alabas were incredibly helpful. They put in great effort to search for any signs of the Yatagarasu. And yet, despite all that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Cochin, correct? I had noticed the ashes there in the fireplace of that room, and for that I am sorry. You don't need to apologize, Sheena. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry. You know, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all. He apologized for his subordinate and everything. What a great boss. Are you saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates? You really don't, Edgeworth? No, nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I really respect, sir, even if you are a bit too strict sometimes. That is only a problem on your end. Wow, way to be super hard on him in response. Am I really too strict on everyone? Yes! Anyway, Sheena, you didn't find anything in Mr. Cochin's office, right? That's right. We finished our investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. So you really didn't find anything? Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagarasu key in the document detailing the smuggling case. But we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Balbalese knife handle yet. You see, my subordinate worked hard to investigate everything. There was nothing else to find, alright? Wow, Agent Lang really sticks up for his people. Long Shi says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too. That's a rather large family you have there, yes, but as we know, there's always one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace passage? No, I haven't found any yet. Then what are we going to do? There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole in Mr. Agent Pool's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Babalian embassy was not Agent Lang, which means with Agent Sheena in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence we found. Is there one thing I do know, is that someone tried to hide it from us. Someone tried to hide it from us. The wire, right.
Objection!
I forgot about that. Well, you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation. Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents? You better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they didn't overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? A length of wire, so what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Balbasian embassy not long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Kochin's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Kochin's murder. But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing. There's more in Mr. Kochin's office. There were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What in the... Ayah! Hold it! That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Ah, that's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see, so there's nothing in that office. Nothing you can call evidence anyway. I'm sorry, but it seems I have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort. But rather, I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete. That this throws doubt on the priority of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright, then I ask you, point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena. And it is not possible that the reason that person K was chasing chose the 3rd floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor. Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Sheena was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there's one location that no one is yet to inspect. Ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Wait, what the fuck? It's possible for the only reason chasing it is not possible that the reason the person who was chasing the third floor was because the person knew would be no other agents on the floor. Furthermore, we came to see that Agent Sheena was only pretending to investigate the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there's one location that no one has yet to expect. Is it just the room she was in? The elevator? Like, what the fuck? Take that! Hold it. Brody went over that area with a fine-toothed comb. I've heard their extensively detailed report about that area as well. I've also heard the reports. Actually, thinking back on it, I checked out that area pretty well already too. I guess that means we really don't need to check that area anymore, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, well, if that is everyone's opinion, then I suppose not. Ah, what happened to that trusting in your instincts? Well, we haven't talked about it.
Take that!
Frick you! Why is it just the room that we... Yeah, no shit! Whatever. The location. Agent Sheena is, of course, the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Kochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use for you there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir, I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check the room next to the office. Should have checked out the elevator. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think that Miss Sheena is the Yatagarasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. Then I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. But can you prove she's the Yatagarasu in the question? Detective says you can find what I'm hoping he will, then I should be able to. Just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment, as if that detective has the brains for high science. It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu, and what did he find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving walled door. Second, that by going through, his coat was covered in ash and Balbony's ink. Who cares his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. But is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the values of which I'm about to prove. Mr. Archer, I found some things you really need to see, sir. Oh, so what are these things that you found? Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Redgrove? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in the room you examined it? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in the room. Aw. Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now? These items that the detective brought are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission. Objection. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say let them look at your stuff, Sheena. Lang? Sheena, let's put this all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good. Now let us begin. So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sir? The coat? Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's Balbony's ink right there. Agent Sheena. Yatagarasi that case saw was wearing a coat. And I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace. No, you have it wrong. That soot probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. What about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. That is evidence, actually. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can. What? How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Me? Sir, what did I do? This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I've been hoping to find the coat that the person K saw was wearing. Give him a raise, please. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat. I don't quite what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is. Oh, and you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that studied the hem of this coat. Oh, what do you want me to fucking put on it this time? The fucking ink? Because that's what it is. Balbony's ink. Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Peleno, he burned some fires in the palace this morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. And the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Balbesian ink. It would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace door. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasi, but we're not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Balbesian ink on the coat helm. Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove the dark substance on the coat is Balbesian ink. We can find out if it's Balbesian ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're going to prove that it's Balbesian ink. Yes, if you could please cut a section of the dark cloth stain for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now that the dark substance is. Sheena, sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut a bit off of your coat. Go ahead, I wasn't planning on wearing it anyway. Now, then someone could lend me a lighter or something. Oh, I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light some smoke bombs. Then if I could please have one, okay, we could get this experiment underway. The flame. It's the same color as the flames white crystal oil burn produce, which means Balbony's ink is a product of white crystal oil. And when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe that time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing. Miss Sheena, you're the fake Yatagarasu, the one who killed my father. It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena, or should I say, Callisto you. Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you? Aha. Callisto you, I've never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking, that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it. Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I'm this Callisto U woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me. Objection. Oh, Pokidoku just went over, so it must be 12. Quick check. Can't fucking... You can't make Cowboy Hat Caterpie. Shame. The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived, and it will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Objection! Enough poetry, I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto U? I do. It's not something the second Yatagarasu has. And it's something the second Yatagarasu has provided for us for 7 years. Do me the honors, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kay, for we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto U with this, and clip the Yatagarasu's wings for good.
Take that!
This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto U. It will? Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This bottle belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. This is the bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Bern Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades, which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Shina, will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Aha. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Wow, she's fucking cackling. Holy JoJo pose. She do be JoJo posing, huh? Looks like you've seen right through me yet again. Aha, you're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. Callisto U. So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill. It's even greater than last time, 7 years ago. Sheena, you're... Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who's been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time. Aha, very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto U, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu, that's right. Callisto U, that's just one of my many names. But even that's just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Callisto U, this time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might have known who you were. Never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Kay, don't. I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. Phew, you really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty. Kay! Ah! You let Kay go right now, pal, you despicable. Let go of me, you filthy Well. You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. That's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Aha, hey Edgeworth. Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target subject. Second, the Yatagarasu also always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, it can't be. You finally figured it out. Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... The fuck is he talking about? The identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Bern Faraday nor Callisto U. But by the same token, they're also both the real Yatagarasu. Haha, how very perceptive of you. There's 3 of them. Yeah, that sounds right to me. No way. The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth, I refuse to believe this. The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. No lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Skill number 2, the Yatagarasu always knew exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. Oh shit! Let's go! Detective Bad! It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind, because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the third member of the Yatagarasu? You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years, but I finally got you. Aha, why, Mr. Bad, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. Out the gun for real, let's go! If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Ha ha ha, why indeed. It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How could you say that? I grow weary of this, and it's just about time for everything to come to an end. And this time I won't miss. Stop! You! K. It's over, Sheena. Your leg. Agent Lang. Girk. You idiot. What were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she might have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. As long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that? Ha! That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey sis, yes. I want you to conduct a full-body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her. Alright. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please. Sir! Hey, I found something. What is this, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. Well, 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 that's a great find, Detective. Huh, it is? Let's try pairing this blade up with the handle.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly. This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. I'm going to return this Belvedere nice now. Alright, I trust that you'll make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Paleno. And I'll give in to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it. Callisto, you. For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Coachman's murder. Aha. Which means that you must be Mr. Coachman's killer. Lang is just built different. Bro is literally built different. You killed Mr. Coachman with the Albacetesian knife, switched the handles, and then took the original blade off the Balbalsian knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near an open air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went to accuse her of being the murderer. Does that sum it up? Ah, you crafted an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are 2 problems with it. Problems in what respect? What do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? Phew. It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Watergate Waterland, I knew right away that you were Byrne Faraday's daughter. Aha. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Coach's murder on me? Yes, I knew you would show up at the embassy tonight. So I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal, yet another. Yes, once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you and take back the device that rightfully belonged to me, the true Yatagarasu. You were going to take Little Thief away from me. 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. The incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did he become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take order from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin, and the real leader are still out there pulling the strings? Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena? I guess I should tell you then. Then I was the one who set the Balbesian embassy on fire. And why did you do that? I suppose it was destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. That was the smuggling ring was trying to do. Then why start 2 fires? Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait. Miss Sheena. Yes. When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. Ha! You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Aha! Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot Edgeworth. Well, the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor, Agent Lane, mark my words. I'm not done here. I'll be back. It's got nothing to do with Dewey or anything, because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to have negated the sensation of his pain in his leg. Dies of cringe. I mean, he's still shot, though. It's finally over, Kay. Feel like I peered into her heart a little, you know? And it's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Jammin' Ninja show. But until the case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Oh, I guess it's time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years. I acted bad. Don't tell me today's the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu we're chasing after. The legends of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also part of the Yatagarasu? As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bad. Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad. Wait, no. You're no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here. I should give these back to you. These are the pages from my KG8 case file that Yatagarasu stole from my office. Huh? Wait, what? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, was it? Wait, then that means what? Tell me it isn't true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. True Von Karma, true. It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stole it, stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in this case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano group, Mr. Amano's conglomerate. We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it. But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident? After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. And that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG8 incident, CCU. She never had a sister. What? Then that means Sheena wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto Yu was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we struck onto this page of the case file, please use it wisely. Trump card? That photo that we stuck on there, try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago. It's the Mark of the Yatagarasu, but why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Kochin had on him at the time of the KG8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU. But why is the card adorned with the Mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggler ring boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze, assuming the cards were written in Balbesian ink. The fact that these cards that Kochin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So that's those white cards are. The great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG8 in trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important, definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? Dressing his lollipop. Same. The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. And he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case. This video. What? Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday, and the video was his insurance. That's where the prosecutors come in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. Then that card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman. The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portman thought to withhold from me. And the one you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is, whether you use them or not is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad, there is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that even now, you really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu, Pops. Don't ever lose your detective spirit. Pops, why is this happening? This is injustice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir. I'm pretty sure those are like past the statute of limitations. Is this really the end of a legend? To be continued. Fucking what? That's not the end. So now we know who the Yatagarasu really was, and yet there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. It's sort of a miracle it's impossible for them to have smuggled them in. Smuggled them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I'd like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on that tape Director Bad gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG-8 incident. Hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Clueless, we are beating this case today. I mean, it's already tomorrow, so nope. This man, it's Manny Cochin. And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG-8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of evidence existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal and hide it through Mr. Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece. And why someone want to hide it? Yeah, so true, Nova. It's a piece of evidence from around 10 years ago. There's no way to relate to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with this case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsmouth to retrieve it, which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? No, wait. What was that? Huh? The bit you just played now. Please show it to me again. This car, there's something we cannot overlook. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe.
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Codopia. Because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question of if every single government car was the only ones that had the flag on it, we'd have so many government cars in America, let me tell you. But the question we should be asking ourselves is what the government car was doing here. Ah, Miss Von Karman, Mr. Edgeworth. So you were here all this time. Ambassador Alba. Thank you very much for continuing the investigation even at this time of night. Ah, if only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, Sam. It had nothing to do with how careful you were. You idiot, Quaris. You couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Excuse me. I heard you apprehended a thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. Alright, it's definitely him. I'm betting it's the old man. Old men are evil. True. You're scaring the visitors away. So I hope that you can understand how I feel. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't you leave the rest to Al-Bastien and Bahali's police? Ambassador, we are so close. Just a little more, and Miss Von Karman, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. Without my permission, you cannot proceed with your investigation anyway, right? That's true, however. As he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Albastian soil, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their lands. Is this really where our investigation ends? Hold it! Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way. Yo! Wow, he recovered quick. Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Grrr! Add it to the grr counter. Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. Still lodged in my thigh. True. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They're quite capable. At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close. Heh. Ambassador Alba, I get it now, I really do. Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is...
I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You know the killer? Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? Wolves don't lie. Then who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Sheena. Lang Ji says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Damask2's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma. Well, congratulations, you now get to be the on the side. I was the killer. Hey, wait, that's impossible. Yeah. Although, that whip is actually quite... Ouch. Hold your tongue in that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of the murder? Yeah, I am. He doesn't appear to be joking. Hey, sis, I remember just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Albas and Babal, did you not? And where is your evidence that I am the killer? I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show you them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? Put things as they are. I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Looky here. Now Princess add to the list of main characters accused of murder. Get owned. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will keep a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. As if I would have a reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of perfect explanation. She seems rather upset, not that I blame her. Ha 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 ha. I expect that you'll accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that. Hold it. Agent Lang. As someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part, and so that I may clean up my superior's mess. Huh, I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Albast yet. You're okay, and then you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. I just realized it's over 12 where they are right now, and it's over 12 where I am. So this is like canonical playtime right now. Master Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well. I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. Huh. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go. 6 a.m. Let's see. 12:53. Oh shit, we are literally almost there. Eventually they show up at your house. I have not committed any crimes today. Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Coach's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Albast's ornamental knives. And the body of Damask II, Mr. Kashino, was found in the Albastian Embassy's office. Though our investigation found that the murder weapon was this Primadux statue, and that this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it. Sis, if it wasn't you, there's no one else who could have pulled this off. Okay, because it's past 12 now. And you just see me with like this the cold sweat portrait. Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you're saying? Of course I do, sis. And I'm serious. You were on the trail to smuggle. Okay, are you going upstairs now? Go to sleep, Nova. It's too late for you. Caught. Give me that. True. And you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yatagarashi's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire. Even if all that was true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Huh. Don't worry, I plan to show you that you're the culprit behind that too. You have permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey now, he caught it! The most based man alive. Look, sis, I thought I already told you, I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Grr! Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Francisca, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Albessian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I'm taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything that I can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damas II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. You can't figure out how the murder of Damas II is related to the smuggling ring. And it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counterarguments to this hypothesis, the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. I mean, I already know what's going on, but I'll let them go through it. Plus, you'll see me present evidence too early or at the wrong time, so I'll look like a fucking idiot. One of Albas's knives were used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. The murder weapon in the killing of Damas II is Babal's Fumik Sachu. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor, so why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's possible, your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on which is in front of us, you become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Zi never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor. Who do you think you are speaking about Lang Zi's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you'll need to see the truth. Oh my god, you're such a pompous asshole. Okay, so far so good. So these suburbs were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable defenses. Impenetrable. I should hardly think so. You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world would cross over that? Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire. The only way either embassy is through the doors in Deetrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Primidic statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera equipped, well-guarded doors. The only one who traversed the two countries was just before and after crime was you. Was Francisca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she is the only one to go back and forth. The sis was there in the Albas when the Yatagarasu showed. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Cochin's body, she entered Babal. I think we assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal. Now, how do you explain the Permidex statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things to cross the border are the Permidex statue and the knife. I should hardly think those are the only two things, Agent Lang. Two objects. Two objects. The statue, the knife, and what else? I don't see anything else here that was moved. This was carried across. This was carried across. Wait.
Objection!
Yeah, bozo. Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight. Oh. Damas II was killed with Babal's Primidex statue, yes? But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabas Fimic statue go? To Babal. Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so, but you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items only that the sis is the only one who could have taken them, because the only person who went back and forth between Alabas and Babal is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, it was definitely another person, one who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
Objection! Is that really so, Agent Lang? Ha ha ha, what a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked what the guards said along with the security camera footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily. But suppose there was some other way other than the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I point it out, it would open a whole new window of possibilities. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entry exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. It looks like you got some clever idea in your mind. I do. I can show you through a single piece of evidence. Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route. The other piece of evidence that will show us another way to move between the two countries is this photo.
Take that!
Agent Lang, I'm sure you're familiar with this unforgettable photo. The supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. Now, don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. He doesn't have a stand anymore. That is sad. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. How can I prove who it was who flew through the air? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well. You will have your explanation. Sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow. It's... Can't present a person. It's going this way, so it's this one. Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Primidex statue replica. You can't be serious. The Yatagarasu, rather. Callisto, you dressed as Agent Sheena was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air. Ha, Mr. Prosecutor. Was that a very critical bit of your explanation? Yeah, I know I did. She launched it through the air? Ha! And how exactly did she do that? He's literally bearing things at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved... Oh boy, I fucking wonder how! Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? And he says, I remember that just before the Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? Just before the murder, Francisca was called here, right into this very room. In that case, then that might be another avenue I could pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I need to hear the testimony from Miss Von Karma. Oh? What are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believed her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Ha! Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you! As I said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Francisca, I feel like that I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright, so what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to testify your movements up until you come to this room. All right, let's try this your way for a change. But what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time. I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl no. Oof, as you wish. Movements in Alabasta. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the Seal Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Francisca, I want to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way I can see for us to break out of the situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. Specifically the Rose Garden. So I entered guard duty in the embassy. Good. After I saw the Seal Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, we know that happened. I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked the security. Give me this. Why do you need to confirm the degree of security preparation for the speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. In the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden, even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Yeah, calm down, Francisca. She must have been nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Huh. Anyway, there is no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware the speech was going to start soon after. Okay, so nothing there. All prepared place, I was called into his office. At that time, Damask's body had yet to be found in this room, is that correct? That's right. When Ambassador Alba was here, one could hardly miss his rather large presence. Ha! A criminal will say anything to get arrested. How do we know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'll be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box in the windowsill, watering his plants. Ah, I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. Grr! Add it to the grr counter. All right then, add that statement to your testimony. And let's hear some details. So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he? Was watering his flowers on the windowsill. For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side, however, the window is on the opposite side. If what you said is true, then when you would enter the room, his body would have been like a wall. It would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Is that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me with a watering can in his hand. It's only natural to believe he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had attained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. Yes. The plants in this room, they're all like my children. The passion flowers in the box on the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. Miss Von Karma, what did you say just now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. Little did you know! Objection! Francisca, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. Ha, I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this? Yeah, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. Eek! All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Ah, let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? Only the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy. They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. Humph, I understand. Okay, so they're the pins. I'll rest until I've inspected every nook and cranny. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they're actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only two here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? I believe I have just the piece of evidence for you require. Oh, do you now? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight. But I highly doubt it will last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Ancient Lang. But we'll see if you have any bite to back that up after you see this evidence. The truth the Passion Flute will reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Shino, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her. They look exactly like the plant supports for this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. Heh, and so what? Is this really all important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Aya! Think about it logically, Ancient Lang. These sticks were originally in Albast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knives and statue. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal. How did these support sticks find their way to Babal, and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. So that's why. Agent Lang, if you'd please look at this and then tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is, but the shape of the support stick is what's important. When they're used with something in this room, it all comes into focus. The object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is a fucking crossbow? That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting. I am. These hair sticks, or rather, plant support sticks. They make for perfect arrows. Aya! I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices, but this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together. Mr. Prosecutor, hold up for a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. Yeah, no shit. Actually, they'd be bolts. That's correct. They would be bolts. So Baal's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here. Even if we fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Primiduck statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The statue didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that critical fact. It's only critical because you're under the belief that the wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Primiduck statue flew, but not on wings. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. The Baal statue was draped in Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here.
Hold it!
But that incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo. And what incredible scene it was! This photo was taken by a freelance photographer, right? Yes, so I hear. And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Not especially the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sort of photos many times in court. There have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you have ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible. You don't believe that stuff you're spewing right now. A courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. There really is something odd about that photo no matter how you look at it.
Hold it!
Hold it! But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, it's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch but used to move the statues. The crossbow launch. Fucking finally! I've been waiting for this.
Objection!
Just... Finally we have reached this point in our discussion. That's what I'm saying, brother. But I present to you that which carried by the arrow from the crossbow. Ha! Get it now, prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cohen's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Balbanese embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabast's pyramid statue could be moved. Gravity can be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th floor to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babal's phoenix statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Balbanese Empire up to the 5th floor of the... Yes. How do you explain that? Aha. I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? The motion that was employed to smuggle Bal's statue is... Bungee action? No. Rotary? Swinging. What the fuck are they talking about? Bungee action. Like, that's the action of a cord being pulled and then compressing again, right? Swinging motion, rotary. Fucking, that's the only one that makes sense. I believe it was done via rotary motion. The two statues were transported simultaneously. Get real. The statues would collide somewhere along the way. Objection. They ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? You shoot an arrow with the two ends of the wire tied to it. A circular belt could be formed. Okay, good. Lang Ji says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension between the two wires. The top one would sag too much to the point where the statue would collide anyway. Agent Lang, as you know, the Primidex statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. And the fact that Badal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Ling Ji says, "Oh, Howl. You notice all these wires? Maybe. Here's what I believe happens. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirators set themselves up in two different rooms." He does say that. The co-conspirators bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded the transport of statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock. QED. Ha! Ha ha ha! Grr! Added 1 to the grr counter. This proves it right, Agent Lang, that I'm not the killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't made my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Do you prove that what you said is what happens? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I can agree as long as there is no proof. My hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more. This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Mess of a murder. So true. Now let's see it. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a thin of wires. I believe it's right here in this very room. I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. Fucking what? Oh, the fucking fan?
Take that!
Ha! Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece to the trick are two pulleys. Precisely, the ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there's one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run. Ah. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. Ha 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 ha. Girl, you really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot who set up this real-life show, isn't it? The person who set this up is a rather complex and stage show. Needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the rooms, and that the passion flower support sticks could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? Single point of the finger here, and this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward movement. It appears that I have no choice now, but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. Fucking what?
Take that!
Oh, whoops. I did not mean to press that button. That's my bad. What did I even present? I have the piece of evidence that shows who it is. I just have to present it. You're sending the statue. Oh. Ba-bum. I presented this statue. Ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-bum. Okay, the only things I can think of are like the videotape, the trump card, crossbow arrows, There's still so much evidence I haven't used yet. I'm a bit worried.
Take that! Not so fast!
Not so fast. Okay.
Take that! Not so fast!
Okay. Ba-ba-bum. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. Is it this?
Take that!
I literally already said that. I actually have no idea what the fuck they want me to fucking show. Maybe it's in the pudding here. But Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-dum. Ba-ba-bum. What the fuck is the answer they're looking for here? I actually have no idea. I see the history. It's just gonna be me fucking up a bunch of times, right? A single point of the finger here, and this will be exploding to an enormous case. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears I have no choice now but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. The pick? Like, what the fuck do they want from me here? I can't just like...
Take that!
No.
Take that!
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. What do you mean? Whatever, fucking stupid ass. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower bed in this very room. They were planted so long ago that these passion flowers had the time to grow so big. Didn't even notice the arrows when she visited the room today. On top of all of this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. As you may have already guessed, the person I'm accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the most care. This can only have been you, Queros Alba. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Heh, 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 heh. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all the stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Emperor Althor sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we would find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? What? This one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain if we were to examine the focus of this complex trick. I believe we have everything to answer. The fake statue?
Take that!
Okay, so I was like one off. Like, I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation had been reversed. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real statue for the fake, I sense a very shitty reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primidix himself? I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining the statue now, with or without your permission. These are Mr. Cochin's fingerprints. The fact that they're on here suggests that this statue once belonged to Babal. So it was smuggled from Babal to Albas, huh? Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in? Let me guess, you take the sword out, right? He looks so cool standing there like that with the sword stuck in the ground in front of him. Maybe I should try to come up with some cool pose with a shuriken or something. She just wants to be a ninja. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, there isn't anything particularly odd about that sword, right? No, not really. I suppose we should abandon it in a different area of the statue now. What about the shield? A shield, huh? There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it. I bet it's supposed to mean that the guy is protecting something. I think it's supposed to have that deep of a meaning behind it. In that case, what are you wasting time for? Let's look for something in the area. This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador. I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of the neck. It looks like a gap. No, it doesn't. Hey, you're right. Maybe it's some secret. Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in the construction. What? Hurry up and open it, Miles. All right, here goes. Oh. Ah, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. What in the? This is this? Hey, is this what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Albas to begin with. The Primadix statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat. And the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object to hide contraband. The receipt of the statue containing the contraband plate from Sheena. The ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask II. To try his benefit, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damask and in order to frame the Steel Samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba, you're the leader of the smuggling ring. My country's a mess. And it's all because of you? You're the one who killed Damask II? Answer us. I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin. Not so fast. Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. There's one thing I'm sure is that you're the real ringleader, Quertus Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but. And is the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you? Heh, heh, heh. Ah ha 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 ha. It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did? I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get to take another look around. Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisca of the murder. Using Francisca as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have been given the okay to go around. I figured that was the case. But still, it's good to know that that's what they were going for. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening. I thank you. Playing chess and Alba is playing checkers, true. But somehow, if you were able to find some proof by investigating this room, then you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence detective collects combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That just is how it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that. One thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. Ho, you're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? Hey, you were the one who was planning on to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what it is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring. Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. Grr. Add it to the grr counter. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue. You sought the real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fate. Doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. Doesn't make sense. Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? Gurk. He's really got us. Does he? He turned the entire situation around against us. Has he? The proof that Interpol had been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. There's nothing I can use to break this case wide open. The trump card on the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No, they're not! They don't know that! No matter what, a prosecutor of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say, we Von Karmers are committed to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. I won't allow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. If I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? What path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hands here and now. There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law, too, crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba. I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directive card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was handed and delivered to me. By a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you. Don't talk nonsense and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that shot just before the start of the KG8 incident. The KG8 incident? The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Oh, very interesting. I must admit I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented. The Prey of the Yatagarasu I've been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man, who has had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. And now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. March 15th. Iridum Neutralis lobby. So what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me? The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hands. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. It's going pretty much at real time. Yerp. What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from Smuggling Ring. This is the section that will prove the card was used to relay an order. Fucking what?
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. That card and the one you have. Just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, doesn't it? Ah, but there's a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All I have to do is simply take a look at this. A section of the text has been obscured by blood, but it's clear in writing in Kodofian. According to Detective Bad, silence CCU is what is written here, along with what the method to be used and where she lived. The evil intent displayed in this writing will not go unpunished. This dark blood red sink. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car passed by the front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Kodofian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. Your footage directly relates to smuggling ring with Kendopia. Fucking what? This?
Take that!
This is a really high reg VGH. Yep, true. Fine, I'll do the fucking letter. God, piece of shit.
Take that!
Shape of this pocket and the directive cards in it tells us without a doubt this person in this car is Mr. Kochin, Gurk. The license plate on the car also captured by the security camera, and with it we can easily find out who was sitting in the car that day 10 years ago. Gur. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in the car that day. Rah! Ha! Ha 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 ha. You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at that time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove. How so? The Principality of Condopia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist. World's most made-up reason. No, that arrogance. What he really means is he already erased all traces of them. Already finished here, boy. The only footage I have left now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him. Fucking boom.
Take that!
What the? Ambassador Alba. What is it? You were once an army man in the service of Condopia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Well, I said in backhanded praise, boy. Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast was rewarded to me during my area in Condopia. But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person who could be sitting in this car is you. How do you figure that? He's really don't say that. It's clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest. Well, what? Bro, he's so old he literally cracked. This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path I have chosen. Grr. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. You move me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking possible, isn't it, for the lot of you to come this far. It looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess, and I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What the? Regarding the Damas murder, I admit it, I did it out of self-defense. You're claiming it was justified self-defense. Damas too attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. Ah, what a pathetic performance. Ah, I'm not giving you one. Why, you two really know how to laugh at appropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left the mark on me when he attacked me. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention. When I should. But Damas didn't have a single weapon on his body. Hold it. It's nothing to get worked up over because I hid the weapon. You hid it. I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it was in self-defense. I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears. Oh, it's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. That's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense. Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it is enough to declare it so. No way. Oh, which reminds me, I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. You want to get real honest. Everything in this case can be connected to you. Yeah, it would be racketeering. The murder of Damas II was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive. Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten. And what is that? That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality, whatever. This embassy sits on what is effectively Albastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Albast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate, that's our job. The judgment of the people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job. Girk. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even on your country's soil, therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. The arrogance in your expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who is ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabasta has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These 2 layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he's one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Arg. Is there anything we can do? To be continued. Fucking what? Fucking excuse me? Oh, fuck. Here we go. The case that never ends. I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality. Yes, and there is nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him, I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. Can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist. Then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? Great question. If the law can't help us, then I'll go as Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. It feels like I've been slapped across the face for doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Hold it. Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet. Okay. I want you to think about something for a second. We never let up for even a second. As long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we can find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Okay, then I'll go check out the bow more, sir. And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. This is actually the longest case of all time. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion flower data erased from my organizer. That was it, really? Seemed agitated over something. Wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the NBC itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Albacian soil, you're unable to legally prosecute him. Cool. Sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And murder Damas II, running a smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin and Babal. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. There's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights, which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. Hello, and welcome to the Embassy of Babal. I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time. Over this very certain experience, terrifying fire ashes, how about it? Shall I sign you up? Immunity to crimes, and so do fucking presidents, apparently. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm still on the same health bar! Fuck. And that's it, I died. Are you still here? Are you still trying to force me to admit? You people have no reason to still be here. To go home and nap. Now please leave. I'm afraid I can't do that. Yeah, if you won't leave on your own, I will have no choice but to force you out. Hold it. I don't believe we'll be meeting again, however. I'll pray for your success. Hee 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 hee. We're not through here yet. Ah ha 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 ha. Kirk, is this it? Yes, the truth was lost for all eternity. Sure. Yeah. Alright, people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. I will lead the flowers. What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Abbas and Balahal, right? Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce. Okay then, the event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony. I suppose you could call it that. Okay, wait, is it just my imagination? Or something in this picture that I've seen before? It wasn't until I inspected every nook and cranny. I see it. It's right here. There appears to be a big of Persian silaments and roses. Oh, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. Nah. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist. So what exactly is this yellow flower here? That one, I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before, but I feel like I've seen the shape of this somewhere before. Eureka! Could this piece of evidence be related to this photo somehow? Oh well. Nope, I don't... Fucking what?
Eureka!
Huh? Maybe too early? I guess. He sees that lilies are the center of this bouquet with an accent of chamomile. Wow. You can totally smell the wonderful fragrances, Kay. It's just a picture. Ah, look, I know that. But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy? You can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo. That's more like hallucination. You don't have to be mean about it. Okay. Steel Samurai. Making 2 peace signs. Wow, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than the 2 ambassadors in this picture. Oh wait, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right? No, I have no idea who he is. Wait, but you just said he. You know which gender he was, so you must know him, right? I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again. Damn. Can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive. I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically. There's some kind of evil behind it. Try to remain calm and focus on the here and now. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep investigating. Sproul has a really great smile, don't you think? He's really happy they were going to become Codopia again. Perhaps, but instead he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him, who was always thinking of his country, is really to be admired. Yeah, though this happened, I hope they were able to reunite the country somehow. She told that those who had harmed the new Codopia are locked away. Crazy, he's innocent. I wouldn't say that. Okay, I've looked at everything.
Eureka!
I'm going to cry. What do you mean, no? Okay, we've already seen this before. Casual 5-hour stream as I try to clear this case up. Okay. What do we have for logic? Nothing new. Look at the evidence. Oh my god. I can't even... Aware. The Baxter they're using the Steel Samurai stage show today. Oh, the climax of that show. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! That was the first time I'd seen that special move. Oh well, the Jammin' Ninja show climax was much better, of course. Oh, is that a fact? Scene where he sang for Princess Mizola and gave her those hair sticks. You totally feel the love in there in my heart. Perhaps the Jammin' Ninja is just more popular with female audiences. I feel like I'm going literally crazy. What the fuck do I do here, man? This butterfly. Evidence we're missing. Everything in the, I've looked at everything in here. I could talk to Kay, I guess? Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't pay attention, Ambassador Alba's gonna get away. Yes, I know. Now hurry up and do that string thing you always do. I have no idea what you're talking about. What? You don't? Oh, come on. You know what I'm talking about. That thing you do. Are you talking about logic? Yeah, that. So hurry up and let that swing already. Alright. To be honest, it's been a bit hard to connect everything up until now just by looking. However, I should be able to piece things together if I take another look at my leads. Perhaps now is the time to use logic and reason my way to the truth. You mean that thing that killed me? Wait, didn't I try this with both of them already? I feel like I'm missing something. Like, actually. See the Babylonian embassy, which is going under major renovation. From the room expansion to garden upkeep, it looks like a lot of construction is going on. There's 3 combinations and we only tried 2. Alright, bozo. What the fuck? You know the counterfeiting bills were printed using the embassy's press, with the necessary materials such as the Balinese ink and paper. Must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovations had begun? We probably had to find a better hiding place or got rid of it all. Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. The reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? So one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation, from both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up, Ambassador Alba, had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cohen. Okay. The causes of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we find. The motive for killing Mr. Cohen. Mr. Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we're to take her word at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only mean one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances in which Mr. Cohen was killed. Is the real killer, but I thought the 2 of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cohen was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Isn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Peleno to be ambassador after the unification? Yes, and that was the real reason why I wanted to steal the statues. Mr. Cohen delivered the mask. I'd steal it, but when Ambassador Alba found out he was killed? It's definitely a possibility at this point. Those 2 really were thinking of no one but themselves. The question is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alhest. Mr. Cohen's body was discovered in Babal, right? Right, and that was what we would summon next.
Eureka!
I'm going to cry. What do you mean, no? It's fine. It's fine. Notice anything. The banquet and the commemorative photo we saw earlier was really pretty. Even Ambassador Alba did look super enthused. Yes, he did. And she must be in the photo in front of the theater. I remember thinking something about the banquet Ambassador Alba was off. Look at him being so bored just makes me so mad. Actually, just seeing him with the Steel Samurai really bakes my biscuits. I'm a Jammin' Ninja fan after all, and you should be there too. Okay, after we solve this, I'll have to... something I want to talk to you about. Huh? About what? Are you going to give me a reward or something? You'll see, Kay. You'll see. So it's definitely something to do with these fucking flowers. But what? I doubt it.
Eureka!
Sick nasty. Am I going crazy? It must be about the Jammin' Ninja not being there. Oh yeah, good point. Now I see the evidence again. We got the wounds, the plate, the videotape, the trump card, the arrows, the revolving fireplace, the wire, the fires, and Babal. Photo of Yatagarasu, fountain spots, the pick, samurai dogs, samurai spear, the first statue, the note, counterfeit bills, Kondofian paper documents, the knife, the key, which is also a knife, notes on Cohen's body, the other statue, the embassy guide, and the badge. If you fucking type in my chat, is the badge? I'm ending the stream. Zoom in, zoom in. But I think it wants the knife. This one? It wants this knife. Why? Oh, the knife is missing. Fucking what? What do you mean the knife is missing? Oh my god. Okay. The start for the handle. Compared to the Balinese nightstand, it's got a larger and gives more presence. So it wants the knife because that matches up. Okay.
Eureka!
National symbol is the butterfly, and Albas is the flower. It appears that someone is employing the old Hydatrina forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Oh my god, is it trying to say that the motherfucking... that is the same color as the fucking knife? That's the knife. Is that what they're trying to say? Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cohen. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Terratrium Neutralis, the very banquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. Hiding the knife in the photo, or the handle at least. And the flower motif. Looks like one of our flower petals is missing. Oh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. And the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as the murder weapon. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Albestian ambassador was likely to meet the I'm so late. The place where the ambassador happened to have committed the murder is... Fucking excuse me? My ambassador was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Ambelsian ambassador was likely to meet. What? The theater? By the pool?
Take that!
I don't fucking know. The only place that makes sense is here at the Theater Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? The only place that the both of them would have been is in here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Al-Lebanastan land. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. It makes logical sense, in which case it has a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check out the immigration records for both Albastian and Babal post-haste. The Babal records should be easy to attain, however the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate. I'm already one step ahead of you. Miles, Edgeworth, Francisca. I have here the security footage from both Albas and Babal. You would do best to take a look at its contents. You move fast. Von Carver tries to be perfect in any way. It's not my nature to keep retreating like this. I did the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuses to back down or say that we can't solve this case. Nah. I'm sorry about earlier. You won't be beaten, because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Haven't you patronized me enough for a lifetime? This video contains footage from Albas immigration screening. I really hope there's something in here that we could use. He's hiding the knife in the photo, or at least the handle by the pool. Steel Samurai. Which minute footage should I examine? Doesn't something about this lump shape strike you as odd? Isn't it supposed to be the shape? No, there's clearly something odd about this bulge. If only we had a push cart itself, we can compare and confirm my hunch. Next, let's check the footage from Babal's security camera. Hope it shows us something good. Phooey. There wasn't a single sign of suspicious person or anything, that's right. There is the contradiction, huh? Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country. Wasn't his body found in Babal? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Finally! I have recovered everything. Ignore the fact when I got myself killed. Edgeworth. Ambassador Alba. I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil. You had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Me, when I use my rollback on my task, be like, do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over. No. Where do you think you're going at this time of night? After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regrets, so I'm heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, you know it. Arg. Hold it! Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba? Ambassador Paleno. Even just a tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know. Very well. If you insist. I will play just one more round with them, see what they want. Not that they'll get any further. Ambassador Paleno. Mr. Edgeworth. All I wish is for the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. There's no way he's not like the evil guy in the second game, right? Now then, what is it you asked me about? I do have a flight to catch after all, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. That's more than enough because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh, I see. You seem to have a good head on this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Master Alba's alibi. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Albas the whole time. So it was simply not possible for me to have killed him in Baal. That is my alibi. So that is your alibi. That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we cleared that up, I appreciate if you moved out of my way. I said hold it. What is it this time? I thought I told you I only allow one question. Huh. You did. But you guys still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us the truth. I will refuse to budge on an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer. Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You're forbidden to lose. Of course, that is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on. Through me! So that's why we gotta catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Aldo, let's have the truth now, shall we? Hee. No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Yerp. Right, I don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Kelp and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Albast the whole time. And what exactly did you do while you were in Albast? I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, that thief who snuck in took me by surprise. Are you saying it was Damas that made the first move? Yes, and it was after I was attacked that I was hit him on the head with the Primic statue. Fortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense. Calling it doesn't cover up what you really did. Ha 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 ha. Cover up? No, my boy, I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth. You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to friend the Steel Samurai. You weren't an ambassador. I'd be letting my whip fly loose right now. I'm terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I'm a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know. Yeah, despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cohen, didn't you? Man is evil, and I'm sure you are familiar with the facts, but Mr. Kochin was killed in Babel while I was at the... I was all the way in Ambast. It was simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Kochin in Babal. And you are correct. Oh, I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but if you can concede to me... The only thing I'm conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill them in Babal. I'm not conceding that your alibi is the truth. Oh, I see. However, no matter you try, you cannot crush my alibi. You'd be wise not to underestimate the prosecutor of this country. We'll see about that. So Mr. Kochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba. If that's true, then why didn't he ask about to kill him? It's not like this is the case with my father when he ordered someone to do it. Oh, what? So they're going for the relationship. We're very selfish, and I believe this is where I found the motive arrives. Okay. I guess I'll push it. It's not a hypothetical. Earlier we proved it to be what happens. Aha. Well, let's leave that to the one side for now. Because it does just the fact that I have no motive. Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Kochin? If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate if you would take me seriously. Gah ha 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 ha. I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Let's see you disprove it. How can I stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and watch him get away with his crimes.
Hold it!
Hold it! Are you serious that just because you were partners that you had no motive to kill? I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion. Ha ha ha. Looks like he's not going to admit it himself, like that he was in leagues with Mr. Cohen. I suppose not, but I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Kochin. He's a smuggler, and Mr. Kochin was a subordinate, right? Correct, but I know more than just that. Mr. Von Karma, I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Kochin's office, correct? Yes. The safe had 2 compartments in it, didn't it? Yes, and why did you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Kochin's office? Could be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back. So Mr. Kochin didn't turn the good over, but decided to keep them for himself. I suppose that's possible. It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being. Then that means they maybe didn't have a trusting relationship after all. What Ambassador Alba had to gain? I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. Kochin. What are you people whispering about amongst yourself over there? Oh, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony. What do you mean, continue with your testimony? The counterfeit plates. No. Does it now? You really are sure of a piece of evidence. Ah. Okay. Sure. Miles Edgeworth, you can't chase him down with that kind of evidence. Yes, I know. I think calmly and rationally about this, because it's not impossible to take this man down. What motive would I have?
Objection!
What do you mean, no? Fuck it, I will show you every piece of information I have on Cohen. Fuck you. The hot dogs!
Objection!
Okay, so none of that is it. Take a look.
Objection!
Okay. The end of Ace Attorney games are always like this, man. What motive would I have had? Fucking Yotung Kochin's body.
Objection!
Oh, right. Fucking stupid. It must be because it's literally almost 2 a.m. If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It's because Mr. Conan had betrayed you. But you had your own reasons too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil because you were trying to test each other. It turned into this mess. I don't believe this. You have a bad pretense for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. Liar. I've been proven that this note was written by Mr. Kochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? Content of the note is calling the theft of Albas Primus statue. By killing him and pushing all the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I hope you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him. Are you finished with your hypothesis? Yeah, sure. Excuse me, let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or two, a thought alone cannot kill. Isn't that right? I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. Appears that this is where the real battle will begin. God, it's been the real battle for like 3 hours. Fuck me. Wait, what? I told you at the beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Ah. Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was. He was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for Babal to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to. Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Paleno. Very sorry, but it seems that even now my voice falls on deaf ears. There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Paleno. Girl, we must find some way to stop him from leaving. It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. Hold it! Yes, it's Gumshoe, I get it. No, it's not Gumshoe. Come on, really? Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. K. Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth. The Yatagarasu's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this? No, why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before? This is a clue my father, Byrne Faraday, left for us. Did you say Byrne Faraday? Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG-8 incident, the one where he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key. Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Mr. Yu kill 7 years ago. Huh, I have no idea what you were talking about. You say that like it was related to me. Inside this organizer, you wrote up every deal of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are. Well, that sort of trickery won't work on me. If you don't believe me, then take a look at this. What is that toy there? This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy. What? These 2 pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. You go home now. I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast, right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these 2 pieces of evidence. Yatagarasu, ever the thorn in my side. Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Ah, so it's just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all this information my father and Uncle Bad go to waste. So, plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those 2 pieces. Aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. Okay. When the going gets tough, someone's got to be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all, barring a person like me. Ambassador Alba, your testimony if you please. Gurk. Alright, but this is the absolute last. And even if you use all the power of Ambassador Faleno office, you won't stop me. Alright. Finally. Fucking, let's go. Last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theater Neutralis. After that, I was in Albast the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people are practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you, though. You've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane question, you will be punished. So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course. I don't intend to intimidate me. No, Mr. Cohen was killed before we returned to Ball. In which case, there's only one statement to which I need to press for evidence. Last time I saw him was here at the canals. After that, I was in Albast the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. You see, there is no time span at which I could have killed him.
Hold it!
Your alibi is that there is no time span in which you could have killed Mr. Cochin. Yes, because I was in the theater watching the stage show. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you remember seeing him sitting in the audience? I'm sorry, but I don't remember anything outside of what was going on stage. You shouldn't have been so focused on the show and paid attention to your surroundings. Mr. Edgeworth, it is a fact that Ambassador Alba came to the theater. But I guess you didn't know that because you didn't see him at the Steel Samurai show. Well, I do recall that he and you had a photo shoot with the Steel Samurai. It looks like you are finally beginning to understand. Now then, will that be all? No, wait. I'm not finished yet.
Objection!
You're not very good at listening, are you? I told you, I don't have time to listen to a bunch of useless questions. Time remaining for me to find the truth has just been blown away. Amazing. Diplomats really know how to craft answers they don't want. That don't answer anything. So if the only place he met the victim was at this theater, then when was he killed? We know that Mr. Killen didn't return to Babal alive, which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here. And that means that he was planning to kill Mr. Cochin from the start.
Hold it!
You met with the victim here. I was walking the Steel Samurai, as was Mr. Cochin, who I was sitting nearby. We mean to ask, why invite the Steel Samurai as a guest to the embassy event? I like Steel Samurai, Daddy, so I asked him to be at the event. I see, so it was by Ambassador Alba's request. So now then, will that be all? What the fuck? Are you not gonna put...
Hold it!
Whatever. I can lose. It's fine. So you never saw Mr. Cochin get after you left the theater? That's correct. I'm an incredibly busy man, you know. It's more like that Mr. Cochin ran into Ambassador Paleno. Even now, you would push his murder on someone else. How dare you? Saying that I would kill Manny. Ambassador Alba, I demand you refrain from making baseless conjectures. I was merely offering a possibility. No, this won't do. I can already see this is turning into an international incident. Who exactly is pressing who here? In any case, what I need to do is stay positive and forge on. I literally pressed everything and he was like, no, fuck you. Alright, time to go through this nonsense. Yeah, whatever. Who fucking cares? Is there no way to stop this, man? And then he walked not outside. This man cannot be stopped. True. And thus the truth was lost for all eternity. Sure, whatever, man. World's strongest grandpa. Retry, sure. So I pushed literally... This is the only thing, but we know this is true. All right. Since I couldn't... pressing was literally just wrong there. Fuck me, I guess. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? I thought we would get more from this, but nope. Restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again. This is the knife that killed Mr. Kochin. I see you recognize it. As well you should, for it was you who brought it into this theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai. I mean, you killed Mr. Kochin here at the theater. Grrr. Grahaha. It's time for me to catch my flight. Objection. We're not through yet. It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for entertainment. No matter how passionate you orate, the end result will be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterrestrial lights. No matter how hard we chase him after him, we won't be able to try him in court. That's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. No. The court... Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is there really the end? Agent Lang! Just come and shoot him. That would make it quick, huh? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere. Mr. Alba, I'm through playing games with you people. You cannot touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through. Long, she says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial House of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. How many metal detectors I've triggered with that thing in my leg? True. The Imperial household, what have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for that. This videotape the Yatagarasu protected. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of the detainment philosophy, Lang Xing. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world has really paid off. It can't be. I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked? Ha 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 ha. Looks like you're finally coming to gripes with your new standings. Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I wanted to use my whip on him. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hardworking, honest ambassador. Not so fast? Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. Grr. Gurn. Whoa. Yup. Objection. No, I won't be stopped now. He still intends to fight us. Second stick just to destroy it, true. So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I expect no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater. But even if that's true, that there was a knife in my banquet, I left that banquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out of there and used it, alright? Besides, the claim that he was killed there itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? Or you claim that I carried his body all the way over here? Preposterous. I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Gurk. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater using a knife that was stuck in my banquet. I left that banquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken that knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Will you have me surrender to? Yes? You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? Ha ha ha. As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness. Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy. And get him good. I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony. She's readying her whip. That's true. She's ready. Alright, let's get this show on the road. I'm done fucking around. It's late. Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look. What is this supposed to be? It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it? Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement. Thank you for the warning. Now if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the pushcart.
Take that!
Well, what is the meaning of showing me that? It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene. Gah ha 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 ha. What a guess. But I wonder if you would have any evidence to support it? I admit that for now, it is but a hypothesis, however. Was complicit in murder again, Yerp? If you can't prove it, then I'm actually, no. He just moved a body. He didn't actually help kill someone. I don't have time to play with you people. Hold it. Gumshoe! Let's go! Sorry it took so long, Edgeworth, sir. Gummy? Dr. Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open air stage area. So that's where they went. Detective Spirit, that Pops left with me. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this case worth anything to the case? Yes. It just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open air stage did you find this pushcart? I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh, well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective. Yes, sir. Whoops. Whoopsie. It's blood. This must be Mr. Cochin's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart, and then you forced a Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. I forced him to move the body into Alabast. What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing? You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy. You could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast. No! If I can show how you move the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win. But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast. Grr. Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point, which means there's no question that can't be answered, right? This bozo. The permanent statue was smuggled successfully through the brief flight through the air. So why wouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. They'll be like, I have no evidence. Yet I know I'll find it. True. I had my picture taken with Suvra and shaking hands. Just then, I was about to start my speech. The Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. Is that all? Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left a few things out, such as the murder of Damask II. Furthermore, you left the part about meeting with me in your office. Oh, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What? You. Is not every life precious? Do you really need me to answer that for you? People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Ha. Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like. Alright, bozo. Finally, letting me just play the fucking game instead of, like, punishing me for the main mechanic. I had my picture taken with the samurai shaking hands, yep. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yagarasu appeared.
Hold it!
Yagarasu, which is a trick that you had set up. Ha. A most amusing joke. And how do you propose I set that up? If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. You. What's going to take for you to fess up to everything? Nah. Very well, then let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then once everyone was inside, well, I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. What happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this, however. Upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Masked Man. And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was Damask II. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Paminic statue he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. Hee. Ms. Von Karma is really letting her whip fly now. Eek. And the scary part is her silence while she's doing it. She must hit the limit of her patience as well. The physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single contradiction. Mr. Edgeworth. He's totally dead on the inside, just like a hollow tree. You're the only one who can cut him down to size, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. At this point, the information will probably fight back. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you can just say the word and I'll get him talking for you. Don't forget that we have plenty of ways to get him to talk. We've got some real scary people on our side. Okay. Well, I'm ready to help out, Gummy. How about you? I can't believe even you're getting into this. In that case, I'm ready too, sir. Everyone please calm down. I'll think of something. Hold it. So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time. And the doctors recommend that she rest. Wow, so you do have a soft side after all. The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh? But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? You did need to keep the act no matter what, I suppose. Huh. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. About 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. That's right, I won't be able to prove that he's actually the guilty of anything. Are we finished here? Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babal? We already know how. What the fuck? Mr. Edgeworth. Grr. Even after proving so much. Is he going to get away with it? Nah. Is this the end? Hold it. Oh my fucking god. How many times are they gonna do this? Appears that we made it just in time. Ba-da-bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-ba-bum. Bum, bum. Be a great art if you allow us to be your allies in battle. Evil magistrate, it's time for you to pay. It's the Steel Samurai. You know, you're mistaken. For Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Edgy Poo, no! You get, I was refunding the game I just bought out of spite. Larry, what are you two doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help, yeesh. I was going to get the bad guy with a single thrust of my samurai spear. Get away! Go away! How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand. That's how you treat us. Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey. Isn't is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah. Found him in Babao, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it. No, not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babel? And he found it in a pool? I don't recall there being one in Babao. Oh, that. Well, I was in Alabasta the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babao. I just thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden, but I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in... That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry managed to lose moved between the two countries. The Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I'm looking for. There's another smuggler route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took from travel to this is... bilateral symmetry. Oh, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. There is a location I wish for you to examine. Is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Coach's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry. Examine, like, right the fuck here?
Take that!
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It is all a waste of time. You will stay here with us and wait. This is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of the embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location. Okay, sure. Mr. Coach's body was moved into Babel through the pool in Albast. Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. The iron infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of the pool. Not just any pool, it was the Babylized one. Yeah, obviously at this point, what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected. Where's your proof that the two sides are connected? The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned iron infant. What? This blasted doll! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey, don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me. We did, thanks to the hero of justice's son. Even if he's just a doll, he managed to help us foil the villain. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely the body just happened to have passed on through to Babal. This guy is a doll, and he's small, so I can believe it made it, but he has a point. Heh. Heh heh heh. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can slip through a pipe? You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, you don't say. Agent Lang, why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized the flaw in my argument is helping to move the logic around. Which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing, Mr. Coach's body was found in his office in Babel. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open air stage? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babel, remember? You mean Sheena, right? With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office. Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body? He's right, Miss Sheena would have drowned if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. Looks like your hypothesis about the body was moved is only half-baked, and yet it's just a befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me the passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body. What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements. What was happening in the embassy around the time Sheena was in the Babel? Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. Get rid of the water. Ah, that's it. Finally, Jesus fuck. Now we this time we... Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba. You're a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done. Excuse me? The reason I say this is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean, there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved.
Take that!
Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in Babylon's embassy. In order to put out the fires, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water levels went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipes could be used to travel the border. Humph. So what? The water levels went down, the reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. I haven't lost yet. I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat. Even if the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. Ha ha ha. I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are the pools anyway? Heh. I'll have you know these pools are extremely deep. There are no ladders or footholds on the walls either. It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up the pool. Ladders or footholds along the wall? There was no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down the pool at will. Oh, it looks like you've gotten an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. The way in which Mr. Sheena and the body were able to rise to ground level, there was a way to control the water levels. That could be the way the body was moved. Yes, I get it. Like, come on.
Take that!
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking. Use the fountain spouts. How so? The water levels in the pool can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the balcony side and the firefighting efforts. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Kochan's body. Gurk. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the rose garden and pushed it alongside with the iron infant and Mr. Kochan's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the fire. Then she made for the open air stage pool to wait for the firefighting efforts to begin. Firefighters used the water in the pool. The water level went down. And by the time that the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools were exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from the Albas into bubble. Once that was accomplished, Miss Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. The water was rose to original level along with Miss Sheena in the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There was an elevator in the emissary, after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could easily transport Mr. Kochan's body. That wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Yo! Well, Miss Aaron Bobster, what do you have to say to that? Not so touchable without your precious extraterrestrial rights to protect you now, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back. You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me. The nitty-gritty. What does the old man want now? Proof, I believe, is what he seeks. Yes, proof. Without Eddie, who's to say whether or not any of what you said really happened? He wants proof. What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth? There is no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. Body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipes tonight. This Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage. So too did I find one other item there, and that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were smuggling route. There's another thing that was smuggled over to the ball's open-air stage area. Okay, fucking...
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little pick that I found on the balcony side was your undoing. A guitar pick. Would you care to explain how it's going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I actually assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it, after all. But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to.
Take that!
Let's take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Mandy Kochan. On the handle of this knife, there is a beautifully blooming flower. However, it appears that it's missing a single petal. Grrr. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot. Wow, no way. It's a perfect fit. I assumed that the petal must have fallen out during the ceremony, during the murder, and then it was actually placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Kochan's body. Grrr. That's an interesting story, but nothing more. Oh, sure, it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage on the Balhavanese side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through the Babel. Impossible! People at Genfa have been waiting to see you, face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why? Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning, when you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you. You can't call what you've given me a perfect argument. You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth, because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with are people who refuse to admit when they lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. Oh my fucking god, really?
This really will be the end of the line. Will it, though? Oh, fuck off! Theater Muchalis lobby. Mr. Alba, I request you testify once more. In Minecraft. As if there's anything else for me to testify for. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Kochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theater Muchalis. I'll tell you about that. Because all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to plan this is to explain the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. Oh my fucking god. Steel Samurai show. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I don't remember the content of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. So you were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You know, the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who was cool. Yeah, the Steel Samurai's special finishing move it was totally something. Hey, Edge, who is she? Who is this super cute girl? She's been standing this whole time. Okay, literally, no. Harry Butts, go away. She's helping me in my investigation. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yes, okay, I'm Larry Butts. Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. You got that? I know. This is the end. For that man there. Ha ha ha. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor, rather Mr. Edgeworth. I'll leave this critical battle up to you. Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear, I'll finish the job. It's so simple. There's been something in our fucking inventory that's been making me mad this entire time. In the last row, the stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that I was, I suppose. Content of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. Oh, really? I agree, today will be a day to remember. Especially when you finally make it pay for all the wrongdoings. What? Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed. You may act all surprised, but naturally, you remember this line, don't you? Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all. And allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more. Hey, that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh? Heh. Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose then yes. I do believe the time is curtain. I wonder if Mr. Alba was really there watching the show. I don't think so, because the only time he had to commit the crime was during the show. Oh my fucking god, ask him. Oh, whatever, fucking whatever. Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. The end of the stage show. Yes! Seeing that the body was already in the cart by then. No way! You mean I was pushing a dead body around? You use me as such an evil unforgivable evil magistrate. Okay, so fucking sure. This one instead. Such a closet loser. He's also like an out in the open loser too. Well, I remember the cons of the show well myself. That's nice. That's nice. Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up at him at this important juncture. I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Big Samurai expert around here. And don't you think the climax in today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well. That spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live in my heart forever. Is that how it went? Yeah, I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear. Yeah, since today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I have answered with the name of the move? I suppose you're correct, but if you could please elaborate on this point for me. This motherfucker.
Objection!
Get fucking owned. The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer? You little irritating gnat.
Do you really think you could trip me up by asking the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. The samurai spear, what about it? The spear is actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hothead bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsals this evening. Okay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was? Sushi slash. Correct, because he couldn't use the spear. A last minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Quercus Alba. You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show, did you? Aha! So if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Kochin instead. So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Heh. Ha 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 ha, what's so funny? You're so sloppy. And so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watch the show. Or most of it in any case. What do you mean by most of it? Oh, you see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when the dramatic scene was played out on stage. That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I've heard in my life, pal. Just because he got the name of the move wrong. We can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. Kirk. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I'd wanted to watch the entire show, honest. As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever. Who was that just now? Ba-da-bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Just to convince this guy, it's the only time for this happens. It's not great. It's not great. It would be a young lady. Larry, what are you interrupting me like that? Edgy, please, hold on a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Samatic. What exactly is Steel Samatic, pal? I believe he means to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one because I'm the Steel Samurai. I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai. Why are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth? It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was the most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart. The sarcasm dripping from his long, wooded nose couldn't run any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait. What did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again? Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. By that time, I've already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. All of these Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director, my director has the complete sympathy. Long story short, because we changed the move to Sushi Slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. So basically a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. No one makes the early rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move. Hold those lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's all a very tedious and pointless exercise and wasting time. Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. How dare you? I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what this very severe implications are of this testimony. Huh, so you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into behind-the-scenes story of some kid's show. Didn't even think about trying to slither away your way out of this one. You were the only one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So, just what are you driving at? That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said out loud. Now then, would you care to tell us how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Quirtus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name. You saw it. You know because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room whiteboard. Staff members who knew we're keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked, which means that the only other option left is you saw on the whiteboard. So that means Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right? But what is the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room. So we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Cochin's murder. Fucking what? I'm guessing it's just the cart.
Take that!
Yep. Pushcart that was Muse's body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then right after the show ended, it went into Albast along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically, the killer had to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Yeah! Oh, but wait. What if this was just a what if? What if the murder took place right in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping undetected into a private dressing room that would then be simple as pie. The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the pushcart then too. Correct, thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Quirtus Alba, during the show, you went down to the dressing room. And I want to know why. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it. I'll place you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest. Not so fast. What is it now? Hee. Don't deserve a chance to explain myself. Fucking no, you don't. Oh my fuck. I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. Wanted to ask directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk, still trying to get out of this? Do you really think you could get away from at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything we can do to stop him? I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good, but if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room is in question. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find something new facts, pal. Ooh, if we use Little Thief, we maybe even learn... Not so fast. We don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie, how could you? I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else. They found nothing. There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it. I guess you're right. Oh, thank God. Yes, and Von Carmen, that's impressive. True. Yeah. They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. Now, there's nothing to feed into Little Thief, then there's much I can do to help either. Just the end. The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extrajudicial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us? It appeared that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Brother! Now if you excuse me, because of you people I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange a new one. Hold it. Fucking who now? Who is this time? Hold it right there, you whippersnappers. Act first, Larry, now you? What is it that scary mobster look scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like some kind of nuisance. I mean to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You don't leave this little lady sad, depressed, and lone dust I'm crying in. Why do you have to speak up right at this instant? But you know what, Edgy Poo? cheer up, because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing? From you. It's so super special. I couldn't give it away to just anyone you know. My special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? Is this. It's this? It's a box of those samurai dogs, right? Yes, Edgy Poo. Here, go on and eat one. You'll feel right as rain. Are we through here? Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm the one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you and make you nice and full. And one day in my dream to serve you in a homemade food. I mean, it's the desire of everyone to make sure that the beloved never goes hungry. Oh, fucking kill me. Bro, I forgot there was a dog in this case. There is a dog in this case. You do anything about her. There's no power on earth that can force that woman into silence. I'm sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box samurai dog played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag. So I thought it was special. Then I ate one. It just tasted like all the rest. Ooh, it makes me so mad. Wait, a special box with a Hinomaru like fan on it. Never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red sun on the fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? At the show, it was piled on the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as Hinomaru dogs. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. It raised me to put us in the right direction. At present, the studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We're supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them into the pushcart just to move them. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cohen at the theater and then placed his body inside the pushcarts. It's time to piece the final piece of this logic puzzle together, no matter how fragile or small the connections may be. I'm going to cry! Killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. That which should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with a Hinamura on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy moving samurai dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in this dressing room. As long as the red sun turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldbag. I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Edgy Poo! Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Alba, I suspect you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room. How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured out now? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence. That arrogance. That self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and that is what put you away for good. Ha! You're bluffing. Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the things we need to go after this jugular. Tell us what that box of dogs put this old man away. Trace of evidence that will bring him down? Why, it's here, of course. Box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru fan on it should have never existed. So I want you to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. Huh? What? Blood, you say? Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. I'll admit I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab, pronto. But why was there blood on the box to begin with? If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said you transferred the samurai dogs with you to the pushcart, correct? Oh yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy. Treasure was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. But the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill the cart. If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? Ah, I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. When my men investigated the room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there because embassy staff member already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. Good thing Miss Hare managed to steal that one box. God. We need one piece of final evidence. It's... What's Scandalous way of putting it? I didn't steal, I retrieved them myself. I'd say this very final oversight on your part. Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however. How can you be so confident in a no-win scenario like this? Even that blood turns out to be blood to Mr. Cohen, then what? So Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? This little piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed a new fact, and that, at the very least, we have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room. And you say that like it means something. Huh? Excuse me, sirs. Report. What was the result of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. But this Quercus alba... Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question. What question? The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make? Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was the dressing room. But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, now does it? Kirk, that's... No. It's a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer. Then this evidence is meaningless. That can't be. Oh my fucking god. Yeah. I want to smack that smug look on his face. Come on, there's got to be something we can do. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. I can't think of a single thing. Yeah. Now, if you excuse me, I'll be on my way. Hold it. Oh my fucking god. Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It wasn't me, pal. It wasn't me this time either. It wasn't me either. It was me. Why did you, because I haven't finished my reporting everything to you, sir. There's more? What? Hurry up and spit it out. Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned. It's not of the same blood type of the victim's blood. What? No. Way. What? What? What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it's not his, then who the hell's is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's happening anymore. Neither do I. Wow, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proved something to be true, all right, namely my words. And which one of your words would that be? The one where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need to remind you that the blood got on the box long before it entered my embassy. What sort of nonsense? Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's not related to the case, it's murder, whatever. Like to believe. Oh my god. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get another drink of water. Jesus fuck. Oh, I'm back. I got some more water. Can't be like there's only 5 cases to solve. One of the things they did not tell you, one of them is literally forever long. I guess that's possible. Damn it, have we been wasting our time on a red herring? The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be close enough. You bastard. He's a real piece of shit, yeah. Silence, don't you dare address me with such filthy words again. The time with you and you have your answers, that's not so fast. Yeah. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you, you'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to that day comes. You know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whining of a pathetic loser of a mutt. Aroo! The questions are part A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Is the blood really something related to the case? Or is there another possibility? Some other than the victim? Just when I thought I had backed him in the corner, it's just how I backed him into one. Situation like this, what should that man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Turn it around? That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. Whose blood is this? Whose blood could get on the box like this? And if I think about it that way, blood got on the box when the body was placed into the push cart. It's been in the dressing room at the time. There's only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage. I'll be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like that. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word, pitiful. Pitiful? How so? Quercus alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who's trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Ha! Mere words. What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? Just what do you think it means, Kay? We already had caught him in a trap a while back with an incredibly powerful, decisive piece of evidence. Hey, Earth and Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence? The drop of blood. We know that's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're getting a little pale. Good, then I believe you are already aware of what I mean. Then you know who the blood it belongs to. Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. Oh my fucking god, kill me. You old piece of shit. 72 years old, huh? This is how Von Karma ended too. Kinda, right? Grr. What? What? But why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim. The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Kochin's body was being loaded onto the pushcart. At that time, only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer. So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim, then the only person it can belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion. But Mr. Kochin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? If during the murder, Mr. Kochin had fought back. I mean, if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Kochin managed to wound Mr. Alba. Just got back from lunch. Brother, it is 3 a.m. where I am. How do you think I feel? I've been streaming for 7 hours. What is a piece of evidence that shows that Mr. Alba is probably bleeding at the time? Oh my god. Fucking hell. Mr. Alba, you bared your body of great wounds. That was from when Mr. Mask 2 attacked me with a pair of scissors. Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood all on it. So I can't just accept that as facts. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, to see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors? You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip by you, no matter how insignificant the possibility. You want to talk, Mr. Alba. You managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal. I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing. You believe I'm overlooked something. You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Kochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right? Yes, that is correct. I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you would propose that such a weapon came from. Ah, the theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into. Oh my fucking god, are you all stupid? This is Mr. Alba was about to bring in the Albanites in the banquet. There must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of sorts. Ah, but look at this, you can't prove what the other way is. All your talk about Mr. Kochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that's the only way that exists, you better hurry and tell me. With pleasure. Wait, what? This piece of evidence shows how Mr. Kochin brought a weapon into the theater. Oh my fucking god. Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu key. That key, that's the key my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. Bro! Crazy. I was crazy once they put me in investigation. Investigation that doesn't end. An investigation that doesn't end with a bunch of bullshit, and bullshit makes me go crazy. True. Therefore, you wiped out the blood and placed it back in Mr. Kochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. Inside that safe, there was a document about Cordopian papers signed by Mr. Kochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Kochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened the office first. Office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife blade with your wounds, Mr. Quercus Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace. Impossible. You can't take me down. Swine, all of you. Especially Manny Kochin. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador. Well, whoops, got that anyway. It was why I deserved to die while bearing the guilt for the crimes for me. That is why I sent out the Yatagarasu card and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu, but I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close. I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutor. He literally did a Scooby-Doo fucking thing. Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there is one more question I forgot to ask. This country or Albas, which country court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you. E. Edgeworth, I'm guessing. Holy, he's going Super Saiyan. Nah, he just literally died. Fucking finally. Woo! This is it, the big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today. And next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own court in Albast. Francisca's heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whip lashes at it. Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir. Shudder, I don't even want to think about what that would be like. I got a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents. Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Cammy Meal was to provide support during smuggling ops using her job as an attendant. Mr. Portman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor. Go you airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe in the smuggling ring, huh, sir? But there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world. Yeah, it sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. Oh, thank you for continuing your gift sub from Probably Not Amir. Sorry, I don't really have the energy to be more enthusiastic about it. And what is it, detective? Nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it. Mr. Ernest Hermano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir. I'm aware of that. Mr. Amato's been working with the smuggling ring for over 10 years now. He uses the Amato's Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all that's come to an end as this conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. Oh, Mr. Amato, a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society. Well, with the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh? I suppose so. In the KG incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. 7 years ago, the killer of the second KG unit was Mackerel. Those two facts are the unshakable truth, however. It seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. I will expose it all at the trials today. You're solving cases left and right today, sir, aren't you? CCU and Deadman. Perhaps now, these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Paleno. Shrimp, crab, beef, I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you. What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them, don't tell me they're just coupons, sir. Dr. Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Condopia again, its economy has changed. Really? It seems that Ambassador Paleno has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified. Ah, but what a pity. Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay. Wait, that's not what I said. So, Mr. Ezra, please let me have them, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here? Hey, you gotta be more alert than that. Yeek! Can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit. Totally didn't notice you or realize that voice was you. Longxing says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring. Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't gonna miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. And that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. Is that so, Agent Lang? You flushed out all the counterfeit bills. We flushed out the counterfeit bills, so Zhang Fa is finally at peace again. It's said thanks to you, so I just want to say thanks. Well, I never thought I'd see the day old Woofy says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights. They're besties now. True, I would have never been able to bring the trial. I believe that victory belongs to both of us in this case. A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you, prosecutors. I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my way, and that's not about to change. You got that? I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job. Yes, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel sit and cry. Yep, that's for me. I'm gonna get that person no matter what. Yeah, alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I will see you later. I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. Got a whole ton of ticker tapes for today's victory, sir. I'll hope there's some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins. Ha ha ha, hope you've got enough because I'm going to go call my men up as well. A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom. The final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's the story of those chosen to dedicate their lives in pursuit of the truth. Minus one person who was a spy the whole time. Are those who seek the guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. And to that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. Actually, with force of me, so I was very young. However, I'm no longer thinking as all we prosecutors are. Because that is because... Even though I've only been away from the courthouse for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. And today, more than any other, I feel the fight within me rising. Oh my fucking god. Kill me! Alright. Lifetime, bro. Have you seen how long this Oh my lord. I'm being killed. Good for you, Tenenro. Oh, I received the most fantastic treasure recently, yeah? Of the Principality of Condopia. It weighs a little light in my hands, but the Ambassador Paleno was most generous. Bro got scammed a second time. Finally caught Agent Hicks' killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It was good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Condopian court awaits. True. Condopian air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find new vigor there. I don't think so. This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir. I thought I was safe since we found the gun I had dropped. But I hadn't noticed that I had dropped my police badge too. I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tripped into darkness in a black hole. Sir, I think I'll go back to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles, man. I can't skip this, by the way. I tried. I was only hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. So I got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study. Next time I'll help Mr. Edgeworth on a case. I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him scientifically. Well, because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. I'll be going outside much soon, but that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of something or the other. That guy's still dead there, by the way. He's on guard duty. He had such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor, badump. Ah, stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? There are all sorts of drama that takes place outside of the courtroom. I've only heard of a few rumors, but... I became a detective. That's true, he did do that. Are we going through every character that showed up? Yup. Woo! I barely escaped death yet again. I never noticed the judge was bald. How? Yeah, because I lost the key. I got fired from my security job. Maggie, you still got me. You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm going to pick up myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Ooh, is this actually kind of fun? There's so much hair on the bottom of his head. He do be. But he bald as hell. Why not come to Condopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires on its own. Then we had a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. It'll be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help in creating our latest attraction.
It made up for it? I don't know about that.
I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell blue ocean dogs. They'll sell like hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun. I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I'm not really the type to work a lot, or at all really, but... So I noticed I really haven't seen the guy in the blue suit recently. I wonder what's up. Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs. Don't put it that way, brother. I gave testimony in court today as a member of the Yatagarasu. Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving? They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring. Bangjing says, thoughtlessly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror. Oh my fucking god. They're like showing 2 names per scene now. Brother, this shit's gonna take like half an hour. Pulled out his gun and shot Lang. True, true. Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does it mean by that last segment? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. A creepy fuzzy pink animal, and then the princess, the great hero, who gives a shit? It's old bag. Oh my god, let's go. Whoop! I feel so much better now that the trial's over. As always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir. You know, nothing beat the look on Mr. Alb's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. You're like a totally different person when you step in the courtroom. Mr. Edward is always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information that Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring. Lead to Francesca and Agent Lang. So what are your plans now, Kay? Oh, well, I've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I don't know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Are you still trying to steal my job, pal? Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy. Phew, what a relief. Okay, yes. Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief? Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. So I'm gonna have to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own. A 3-person team. 3-person team of young beauties, the same age as me if possible. With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need. My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm gonna work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed. Huh. Let's both strive for such a future. Well, I guess it's time for me to get going. I see. Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in. If you could, I'd appreciate if you came in through the building's front door. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has already been broken for forever. Oh, and one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the three of us. Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one. No. Hey, why not? Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course not, Detective. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir. Back, hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, I'm totally taking it out. Say cheese. And thus the long tail of the KG8 incident come to a close. Only one part of it was long, and let me tell you, it was not the entirety of it. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of the great thief. There was little time to rest and relax. For I'm eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is I want to pursue the truth, and oh my fuck, I want to believe in the strength of those who use the powers of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. I'm going to die. They're going to kill me. Cinema. No, not cinema. Distinctly not cinema. Definitely not Vinema. Oh my fucking god. Thank you. Thank you. Next we got Ace Attorney Investigations 2, which is considered the good game in this series. We'll see if that holds up. That's the problem with playing a game blind, is I don't know how long anything takes, right? I'm like, yeah, I'll finish it today. It shouldn't be a problem. Stupid fucking idiot. One dumbass motherfucker. Oh, all right, chat. I'm not going to hit you with a long outro today. Have yourself one of these. I'm going to like head upstairs and go to bed. I don't get tea. I don't get nothing. Ugh. Whole second case hidden in the last case. I know, right? What the fuck? Tomorrow. I don't got that shit. NL's not live, so I can sleep in as much as I want, baby. All right. See you all Tuesday. Until then, have a great whatever. Good night. God, I'm tired. Fuck.